Hello, everyone. Welcome to another day of BSL. Today, we're going to have Group C, and I'm joined by a co-caster today, and it's going to be Quark again. Hello, Quark.
So, yeah, I'm happy to be here. Looks like it's going to be a good day. I'm pretty familiar with the players involved, and yeah, I mean they're very, very strong players. This will be one of the groups to watch, I think, in the South American tournament.
Yeah, I think Dandy is a very clear favorite. Of course, Dandy, if he's not the best, he's the second best South American player overall. But we have GoKu, Raynor, and NbA. And Raynor, for a very long time, the best Bolivian player. GoKu, very solitarian from Peru. And NbA, I guess, is an up-and-coming Protoss from Chile who has had very strong results in recent seasons of BSL.
Yeah, he should have beaten Jaeyoon, I think, last BSL in my group, actually. And after that group finished, I actually didn't have to play NbA because he somehow threw against Jaeyoon. I got to play Jaeyoon again. But afterwards, I played NbA for fun, and he just dominated me. So I was there thinking, wait a second, I've won this group. NbA lost the group, and yet somehow NbA is just beating me over and over.
NbA is a very strong player. He definitely has some advantages in this game against Jaeyoon. And, well, I say up-and-comer because he's recently come back and has slowly improved better and better results in each season that he's participated in. And I know he played in Pro League last season, but he also played in GoKu League. He was only a sub-in for one of the Chinese players who couldn't participate. And in GoKu League, he managed to get third place, beat Mars in the third place match, and he just barely missed out on beating the Sakwe 3-2. So very strong PvP and pretty good PvT as well. I don't think he'll be favored against Dandy, but against Raynor and GoKu definitely has a chance. I like his odds of getting out of this group.
Yeah, GoKu's TVP, I think, is also better than people might expect. He's been training a lot with Dandy. I played against him in the Dandy held a South America versus Quark event that he had a series of different players play against me, and GoKu dominated me in that. I remember playing him like 6 months ago, and I beat him fairly easily, but last month he just 2-0'd me, no trouble. So he's gotten a lot better.
A thread for this South America versus Quark event sounds like a pretty exciting format.
Dandy put it together. No idea why, but it was a lot of fun.
That's pretty funny. I didn't even know you were that well known or well. Or maybe you have some fans in South America, or maybe Danny just wanted...
Tortuguita. It's, I think I'm like a Dandy chat meme. It's, but yeah, his viewers apparently wanted to see me play a series of South American players, and GoKu was stronger than I expected. He's gotten a lot better.
Alright, and yep. First match is actually going to be GoKu versus Dandy, and it's going to be a TVT. You can see Dandy's TVT win rate is insanely high. Basically against only Terror and Koget, I would say those are the only Terrans who could beat him more than, I don't know, 30% of the time in the foreign scene. So very strong TVT. GoKu is definitely going to have his work cut out for him.
Yeah, though Dandy's pretty predictable in terms of his openers. I feel like if GoKu has been trying to plan for something here, he could have easily come up with a build that will be specialized for Dandy, because the issue with Dandy isn't that you don't know what he's going to do, it's that he's really good at it. In PvT, you think, okay, Dandy's going to do like a Vax expand into like a 4-pack pressure, but you still lose to it. So it's, given that Dandy's kind of predictable, maybe GoKu's going to surprise us.
And that's true for not only 1v1, but also 2v2. If you're playing Danny in 2v2, you know he likes to go 2-port Wraith and flip the factory into your lane. And even if you know that's coming, it can be very difficult to stop when you have Dandy's multitask on the other side. And we are ready for the first match. It's going to be a TVT on Overwatch. Right in the top left we have in the color blue GoKu.
In the bottom right, in the red, we have Dandy. And Overwatch being a 2-player map, if there's going to be shenanigans, it could be here. I know that Proxy Vax and Bunker openers are not uncommon TVT.
Last season, we saw Dandy actually go for a 6 racks in a TVT and pull SCVs and just had a really good early game rush. Looked really difficult to stop. Now, before these the fireworks start, how did this Quark versus South American event go? Did you end up 50% win rate? Did you get beat more than you lost? What happened?
They did pretty well, but GoKu 2-0'd me. That was the one that caught me off guard, because last time I played GoKu, he lost to me. But yeah, it's he's been practicing. His PvT is solid. It wasn't even that he did something weird. It's just he got upgrades and built a lot of tanks. But yeah, I think GoKu's underrated.
Well, we'll see. Going up against Dandy, definitely should be an underdog. Let's see what he can pull out. Now, this map, Overwatch, a lot of the features we see in TVP and TVP, it's very hard to move across that very narrow bridge right outside your natural. If you ever want to do a big attack, you really do have to kind of commit to going all the way around, even if it's Goliath, Vulture, or Tank. It doesn't really matter. Just one of the map features that's very impactful here. It looks like Dandy is gonna go for that Rax expand.
Yeah, and he's going for an earlier scout, which I don't know if that's part of the Rax expand or just because he's the better player and he's a little bit worried. But GoKu delaying his scout slightly in comparison.
And as Dandy, it's very important to see if your opponent has their Rax in the main or maybe it's proxied. You don't want to go up against an 8 Rax without knowing. And getting in first, like he's already at 1 per patch. So he's sending out this SCV right after that. And now he'll see, oh, he just barely misses that Rax. He might be a little bit scared here. He's going to look around for it. Okay, he's going to find it. But he'll just plant this command center now that he sees where it's at. Can GoKu get a block here? This would be very annoying for Dandy. Oh,
I like that a lot. That's just, it just messes with him. It's if you're going quick CC and you don't get the quick CC, then you don't really have a build.
CC is down. We see the factory for GoKu. Only 1 on gas. Dandy wants to stay around as long as possible. If you ever see 3 on gas, then you know Terran is probably going to do something like a siege tank push, potentially with a proxy fact or maybe a proxy port. On the other hand, Dandy, we just see he's teching up. He's going to get his gas. His factory timing is going to be quite delayed, but he will make a bunker to hold off any kind of early vulture. You can see he cut his second marine for a very long time. You don't really need that right away. It looks like the SCV finally taking out. Command center is actually quite late for GoKu here. And he is going to go for add-on first.
I believe GoKu got his scout SCV back, Dandy didn't, so he's GoKu's working with a 2 SCV lead before the CC finishes. Dandy will try and catch that up with his quicker CC, but it's GoKu's, I think, not so far behind, just because he's got those extra 2 workers.
Now, on top of that, Dandy has to make this bunker, these extra marines, and on top of it, he cut SCVs to get the faster gas timing. We see 2 factories going up for Dandy, only 1 for GoKu. I think he's gonna make a port. No, that's just a depot, just a second factory, and he's going mines, which is a little bit curious because Dandy basically has 2 options here. He's either gonna go tank Goliath, which is pretty good because you don't know if your opponent is gonna go for a siege tank rush. He did have his SCV alive for a very long time, seeing that GoKu only had 1 on gas, so I don't think he's afraid of that in particular. But if Dandy, for example, were to go into 3-fact vulture and you're going vultures with mines, your opponent's gonna have vultures with speed. Mines don't do anything against vulture. You can very easily get overrun. There's gotta be careful here.
Yeah, so is there like a rock, paper, scissors with TVT build orders where vultures beat, I don't know, tanks beat Goliath, Goliath beat vultures, that kind of thing.
Well, tanks beat everything. Tanks beat everything in the adequate number. 3-fact vulture will overrun a Terran that's trying to do some kind of siege tank rush if they don't have, for example, a bunker with marines to protect. This is not a map where you can get an easy bunker, so that's why I don't think Dandy is fearing any kind of siege tank rush here. He's just going straight into vulture. But what GoKu is doing, he needs a 3rd factory. You can't go 2-fact mines. Looks like he is switching into tanks now. But Danny's going to have very nice map control here. So GoKu getting these mines will give him some vision. He laid some at the 3rd too. So you can see Danny's very quickly going to be able to outproduce him.
Well, what's getting me is the SCV count. Dandy hasn't made an SCV in a while. Okay, one just popped out, but Dandy with the quicker second CC, and he's down 3 workers. Yeah, so this is pretty committed.
He's making a cut to get a timing in, and well, we'll see how GoKu can hold. He's going into tank live. This is a lot of vulture. These are forfeit. They can't run away. They don't have speed. If Dandy might have an opening here. There's the eBay. Gonna get a wall up. Without mines, these vultures can't do anything, but he's getting a lot of scouting information. He saw he had vultures without speed. Then he saw a tank and a couple Goliaths, or a couple of tanks and Goliaths. And now Danny has full map control. So he made a cut for this timing, but I'm pretty sure he's gonna go back into full production here.
GoKu's got a lot of vision from those early mines. Like, he can see the vultures streaming out. He knows that this is Danny still pumping vultures. I mean, that vision allowed him to immediately throw down the eBay. He's getting a lot of value out of it, I think.
Yeah, and this one mine at the 3rd is actually very annoying. I think Dandy's gonna have to sack Marines if he ever wants to kill that. Now, because it's only 2 factories, I'm actually worried for GoKu. If GoKu ever moves out because he's thinking, okay, Dandy has this weak army, I can get out on the map, there's going to be a very nasty counter from Dandy. You can see there are no mines where these vultures currently are. They're all near Dandy's base.
Yes, one vulture is flipped. It's gone. Is that Comsat? Is that why GoKu's suddenly behind?
Yeah, the Comsat takes more than one SCV's build time to complete, so that's why we see that. And Danny's actually switched into 3-fact with add-ons, just pumping on a lot of tanks. Cute barracks block here.
So this map looks like a map where taking map position is very critical. It's if your opponent gets a good contain on you, if they get a position on your bridge or on the high ground near your 3rd, you're never going to be able to take that from them. Is that a fair assessment?
Yeah, so see where these vultures are. Getting any control of that bridge makes it much harder for your opponent. Basically because tanks can siege across this bridge from the other side. It's very awkward. You have to go the long way around. You gotta watch out for mines. Oh! Get here. And here he goes.
Yeah, I mean, exactly what you were describing. He's gonna have a lot of time taking that bridge. I think he's got a lot of trouble taking that bridge. I think he has to go the other way.
And Dandy has some mines here now. I don't think Dandy can have control of both areas right now. He doesn't have the production.
Okay, he's got to repair those immediately. Those are making me worried just looking at those red tanks.
And TBT, you always want to have a forward position. It puts pressure on your opponent. Oh, I don't know about this. He's moving with damaged tanks. He hasn't taken the time to repair.
Oh, and that's why you don't want to do that.
That one get one shot. Dandy with 2 tanks holding back 4, and you can't really advance here as GoKu. And now GoKu, I think he's making a command center his main, which is crucial. And he wants to at least be on par with Dandy's expansion timing. You never want to be 1 gas behind in TBT. It just really limits your option. And Dandy, he's setting up a nice position. He has control of the bridge. This is basically impossible for GoKu to break out of. So he knows there's only one other area GoKu can move his army through. And he's sending all his units here. He's rallying everything across. And you can see he has a favorable position here because he has access to 3 and 9. And now you say, okay, but he's not really in position to take them because it would be a huge investment. But this is pressure on GoKu to do something. And in TVT, the defender has a huge advantage. Okay, looks like we have +1 for GoKu. I don't think Dandy has it. Now, +1 is not a particularly important upgrade. +2, as you know, your tanks will be two-shotting your opponent's tanks, and that's the real critical upgrade in this matchup.
Do you feel like the +2 timing has dropped off in the meta recently? I don't see as many +2 rushes as perhaps we saw like 1 or 2 years ago. It's more like just factory timings I've seen.
Yeah, it's mostly mass factories and even airplay with race or drops before you get that +2. Reason being, +2 is very strong, but what's stronger is having more units in a strong defensive position. And looks like Dandy doesn't have vision here, so this could be a potentially strong counterattack. In TVT, the question is, when do you go Wraiths? That's the big question.
Yeah, they're 100 gas apiece, so they're not cheap units. Each one same cost of a tank.
The thing is, they're not particularly strong either. It's not like a one Wraith really does anything. It just forces your opponent to make Goliaths, and Wraith Goliath, I mean, Goliaths beat Wraiths, but they're really bad against tanks. Wraiths also give vision to tanks, and you can start two-shotting tanks with combining the 2 tank shots with 2 Wraith shots. So it's always like, if you're playing TVT and you're in Dandy's position here, you start considering going Wraiths. You see GoKu actually made a Wraith, but as you can see, it's just 1. It's gonna die to this turret, so that's a tank worth of minerals just went down the drain there.
Yeah, the vulture movement though, when GoKu kept the vultures out the right hand side, he's got a lot done with those. He denied the STV heading to bottom left, he denied the STV heading to mid right, and he didn't even lose the vultures. He took a ramp and he just kept them alive. So that gap in the container he found, he's really exploiting it.
Now, Danny has a lot of factories without add-ons. It's something you don't really see in TVT. Usually, your ratio at the beginning of the game is at 50-50, and then you want to prioritize more add-ons and less factories. Danny's actually the one being the aggressor here. I don't know about this. He's going up a high ground. Tanks are pretty exposed, but you can see how useless vultures are. Just immediately die. None of the mines even Danny. It looks like 1 mine going to take out a tank there. So that's a significant victory there for GoKu. Can he capitalize on it? Can he capitalize on it though?
Yeah, it looks like he's struggling to spend his money a little bit. He's okay, he just put a round in production, so he's catching up now, but I think he's behind on factories.
Danny has something like 9 factories. The one thing in TVT, factories are great, but it's really all about the add-ons, and we see both players are on 3 each, so not that big of a deal here. Another thing to consider, you can't always look at army supply in this matchup. In this matchup, what matters is positioning and tank count. So whoever has the better positioning, whoever has the more tanks, they have the stronger army. It doesn't, you can't just go by the army count.
Yeah, and I think Dandy's already positioning for map split here. He knows his container on the grid is going to deny 9 o'clock. He's taking 3 o'clock. He doesn't care about bottom left. He can take that at any point later in the game. He doesn't need bottom left right now. He needs bottom left to be in his zone. And it is.
I'm looking at what's actually outside this ridge. It's only 4 tanks. They don't have +2 quite yet. GoKu has these vultures at bottom left. You can hit that from 2 sides, and it's not that difficult to break out of. And we see Dandy committing a lot of units to the right side of the map. Still has a lot of units at his rally. And here we go. There's the big race switch I was waiting for. Like GoKu also going into Raves. 3 add-ons from both players. Top right is being secured by Dandy, which is very annoying for GoKu. Dandy, meanwhile, already took 3 o'clock. He hasn't started mining gas quite yet.
We're seeing a stylistic difference. Dandy's staying on the +1. GoKu's heading into 2-1. So GoKu is double armor. He's trying to get that upgrade timing. Dandy's just trying to get the map control before the upgrade timing kicks in. So it'll be interesting to see how this plays out.
And so the thing for GoKu is he's actually on a timer here, because if Dandy gets enough Wraiths, he's going to have to switch into Goliaths. He's only on 3 gas. Then he's going to be on 4. it's very hard. I don't know about this going into Vulture bombs on tanks. I feel like he should sense there's vulnerability here at the bridge. Not that many tanks. And these Vultures at bottom left, that's actually a huge Vulture bomb. He got a lot of tanks damaged with that. Oh, here comes a big push. GoKu's siege up is very slow though. Okay, so far a very good trade. He still has a superior number of tanks. Only one tank left for Dandy. What are the upgrades? I think it's still 1-0 versus 1-0.
It is, but he's breaking the middle of the map. He's opening up the path to 3 o'clock. Now he can just move Vultures across the top there into the other opening to 3. And I feel like if he can get anything on that 3 o'clock, then he can deny it for a long time.
Yeah, so we saw the D-Matrix. The thing with D-Matrix, you use that on a lead tank. It can tank a lot of fire, and it helps breaking through siege contains like this. Danny's tank count is very low in comparison to GoKu's, and he still hasn't taken that 4th gas.
And this is exactly what I was looking for. If he can get any of those tanks on the high ground, he can trade quite efficiently here. And just his macro slipping behind this, unfortunately. He's banking 2k.
And you can see he's not targeting the tanks. He was hitting his own tanks. SCVs are surprisingly strong against tanks with a little bit better control. I mean, he's within siege range. He just needs vision. This one vessel can be absolutely huge here. I think he's not going to shoot first here. And these 2 tanks will probably go down. He does have +2, but he has a low ground. Can these tanks actually... Yeah, they can. So, missed opportunity there for GoKu.
Yeah, and the Vultures at bottom left could have denied 9 o'clock this entire time too, but they just haven't been in use, unfortunately. Tank's not in position.
He has +2. Well, now his tanks are going to be a lot stronger than Danny's. This drop is a little bit suspect. A lot of SCVs can come and get on top of these tanks. I don't think this will do much damage at all.
No,
like these are the Vultures.
Just looking at it, the Dandy moved forwards into +2 of GoKu. GoKu didn't have the tank line set up, so even though GoKu had his timing, there was just no siege tanks. The 2-shotting on his tanks just didn't happen.
Yeah, now position is starting to look bleak for GoKu. Dandy able to secure that base. He's up 2 bases, only 1 gas currently. You see the Wraiths can't really engage, but they're just forcing Goliaths out of GoKu, which he doesn't really want to make right now. Army-wise, Dandy is not really that far ahead. GoKu has taken some cost-efficient trades. These Vultures can be getting a lot of value, even hitting the 3rd base, 6 o'clock, 9 o'clock. I think Goku's just forgotten about these.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because in army supply, Goku's ahead. He's got better upgrades too. But he needs to take a base. He needs to deny a base. Something has to happen soon, and those Vultures in the bottom left could be the key to unlocking this map.
Yeah, I don't think moving across the bridge is a choice. Looks like we're going to see some SCV bombs here, but he's got to hurry up. Danny's position is only going to get stronger by the minute. Well, that's 2 dropship worth and 8 SCVs to kill only 1 tank. And critically, he spent a lot of time and action doing that, so looks like Dandy isn't even going to clear these Vultures up. It's probably letting GoKu know that they're there. He should use them to distract Dandy at another location. Dandy's +2 has already finished, so now breaking out of this is going to be even harder for GoKu.
And if those dropships were still alive, they'd be very useful right now, but he threw them away. And this dropship that's joining in now is empty, so the bombs just aren't going to be happening.
Here come the Wraiths. Gonna kill this dropship for free. There's no Goliaths left, so now these Wraiths can actually push back all these tanks. 2 Valkyries and 2 Wraiths will kill this though. So nice switch here, but we see the supplies for GoKu have plummeted, and Dandy's still at 160. And again, the bases are still up for Dandy.
Yeah, 9 o'clock should not have been up this entire time. It's the Vultures are right there. He could have denied it any time, and those 2 tanks sitting at the top right denying that base you look at that and think, well, the dropships could have taken that.
And now GoKu not looking for a second, and Cloak Wraiths able to kill all his Wraiths and all his Valkyries as well. I think we're in desperation mode here.
And we've gone from even supply to a 40 supply deficit for GoKu. This is last minute has just gone very badly for him. Dandy just had the superior position on the map and forced GoKu to try and make something happen.
And he was very focused on breaking through here, but again, those were just 6 o'clock. I'm pretty sure has no defense. 9 o'clock has very little. He still hasn't gotten access to another base with gas. Like, this mineral only has minerals, but you really need gas as well. And then he's just pumping more units. His position is very strong here. There's no way for GoKu to trade cost efficiently breaking out, and he's massing Wraiths, even getting air upgrades for them. He only got the +2 on the ground, and like, sure, Wraiths aren't that strong against Goliaths, but he's never gonna see more than a handful of Goliaths here. Nope. Alright, GoKu trying to break top right. Only 2 tanks here. He should be able to do it.
Yeah, that's critical. That's what GoKu needed to stay in the game. I mean, he's still 70 supply behind, but with his main and Nat mined out, he really did need another expansion. He needed it immediately. But, even so, I don't think it's looking good for him.
No, this is just too little, too late. If he had done this 5 minutes ago instead of trying to break out through the mid right, he could have had a fighting chance here. And you can see this contained. These 4 and now 6 tanks that have been outside the bridge have been there the entire game for Dandy. It's really limited the options GoKu's had.
You know, I think at this point we're just waiting for Dandy to pull the trigger, and this might be it.
They're gonna deny this base before he even gets up. Well, not the best tank movement, but I think he just has too much here. And I think behind this, yeah, I was waiting for it. Wraiths finally show up. They have 1-1. I think 2-2 is on the way, so these are pretty powerful. Still take forever to kill 1 tank, but you can see it doesn't matter. There's no way for... Actually, he's already switching into battlecruisers, I think. I saw the physics lab on the science facility. So it's going to take a little bit for these 3 to be out, but I mean, his position is just so strong here. Alright, then he just has to reinforce this location and put on constant pressure. It's very hard for GoKu to hold here.
But even then, GoKu's win condition isn't just taking the top right. He has to take either 3 or 9. Dandy's already closed him out.
Oh man, so many SCVs. Dandy just with the chokehold here, basically for the last 10 minutes. GoKu's been struggling to break out of it, and I think he's just out of resources here. I mean, all in all, GoKu did play pretty well. He had opportunities here.
Yeah, it's. I think that he can certainly hold his head high after this matchup against Dandy. It's always going to be a very difficult match, but he played it well. I liked that vulture play. He got a lot done with those, and he could have gotten a lot more.
You see that move forward? That 1/2 inch creep forward? That's probably the sexiest part of TVT to me. I don't know why, but tank range is longer than their vision. So I think that's like the most important aspect of TVT. Abusing that feature.
And here come the BCs.
And I
And
think
unfortunately, the Valkyries will not be able to help against this. This is a high armor unit, 5 armor.
Rave's actually doing a decent job, but Valkyrie Rocket's only doing 1 damage each. I've always wondered, like, Valkyries are designed to deal with a high, like, they do good damage versus large units, but then large units always have armor, so they're actually worthless against most of them.
You say large units always have armor, but I present the Scout. It's a large unit. It's one of the only Protoss units to have base 0 armor. I think it's like the Scout, the High Templar, and the Probe.
And the Reaver.
So does the Reaver not have any armor?
Nope, I think it's one. I was surprised when I actually seen it. And the cannon as well doesn't have any base armor. And well, that's Dandy. He wins game number 1. Game was pretty long, but then he had pretty strong control. Basically, once he set up those 4 tanks in the middle of the map.
Yeah, it was a pretty convincing win, but at the same time, Dandy opted for the mass factory style. GoKu opted for the lower factory count and the upgrade style. So we would expect Dandy to have map control of the mid game. We'd also expect GoKu to do something with his timing. And unfortunately, the +2 didn't really materialize into any kind of push.
Yep, I mean, it was a pretty good attempt. Just when you go for the upgrade style, I like the vessel play too. What happened to the vessel? We didn't see it later. So unfortunate for GoKu, but he had a chance there. And I think going into game 2, he shouldn't feel too badly about his chances.
Question is, what map would he pick? You can pick some pretty interesting maps on this map pool. I feel like Longinus, like mass vultures, you're going to have trouble making any kind of wall. There's no ramp to hold. You're just going to see mass vulture against mass vulture.
Yeah, and Longinus is interesting, and in Vulture versus Vulture Wars, it's always interesting because the game can end with one mistake, or you're suddenly forgetting a depot for 10 seconds, and that's 3 vultures you don't have in a fight, and it snowballs from there.
Yeah, Vulture versus Vulture is 100% committed. Everyone can do the moving shot now, so it's once you put the vultures into the fight, none of them are getting out.
And the map is going to be Vermeer. Interesting. And we're ready for game number 2 between Dandy and GoKu. Alright, in the top right, we have Dandy in the color red.
In the bottom right, we have GoKu in the blue. So we have close position vertical spawn.
Now Vermeer, interesting choice. Like, I'm pretty sure this is one of the least played maps in the map pool.
It is, but it's one of the 4-player maps in the map pool. So if you wanted to do some kind of risky opening, this might be the place to do it. If you wanted to do like a CC first, then you have a higher chance of not being first scouted on a 4-player map, obviously. GoKu with that depot positioning just to make his SCV spawn slightly closer to the middle line. It's a very small optimization, but it matters.
Both have right side spawn, so it should be about equal here. Now, looks like Goku's just gonna make the racks. We saw Danny go for racks expand game number 1. Goku just with the factory expand. So 4-player map. I'm pretty sure Dandy would also go for racks expand. So this is where, okay, I'm wrong. It's gonna be factory expand, or maybe some kind of 1-base play. But if I were thinking like Goku, looks like Goku is the one that's gonna go racks expand now. I would actually have gone 14 command center on this map.
Yeah, I feel like that's why you pick a 4-player map. if you're the underdog in a series, you want to try and get a small edge. You want to take a little bit of a risk with your build order, and you pick the 4-player map because that's the better place to do it.
He's gonna scout Danny's first now, so Danny should send his SCV to bottom right when he doesn't see anything at top left. And I'm interested in seeing what Danny's choice is gonna be, because if you're the better player and you scout Rax expand, you can definitely cheese it, and it's a very hard cheese to hold if you go against something like Siege Rush with Marine and a bunker outside and then a Wraith follow-up. Can be very difficult, but Danny isn't going to get the first scout, so we'll see. Is he going to pull SCVs off gas? Looks like he's not going to do that. GoKu does see this, though. GoKu's actually delayed his gas quite a bit here. We saw Danny cut last game to get this gas faster. This can be very important when holding an attack, and 3rd Marine even for Dandy. This, now he's gonna scout. Maybe he was planning to go 2-port Wraith or something, or maybe it's just like I said, Siege Rush with a Starport follow-up potentially. SCV going down. I think this is going to be a Starport and the bottom of Dandy's main. Yep, and add-on right away. So this is going to put a lot of pressure on GoKu. And we see Dandy actually making a ton of Marines, which is what you need. You need to get the Marines to hold off the SCV pull that's used to deal with this.
Yeah, I'm looking at Dandy's build, and Wraith is not that much damage. Its division is obviously really useful, and the fact that it's flying makes it difficult to deal with. Tank by itself, not that much. So yeah, the SCV pull could actually by itself deal with a tank and ignore a Wraith. But yeah, once you get the Marines into play, the tank has some bodyguards.
And GoKu making that one deep pull. This is just in case Dandy is going for something like a Vulture speed run by, which is also something you can see, though obviously not as strong. Dandy already starting to cut those SCVs, and well, GoKu didn't make a second factory, so I think he is also going to go into Starport here.
Should we be seeing a forward bunker just to give GoKu a bit more room to work with?
Yeah, if you know a cheese is coming, you make that forward bunker, but okay, he's gonna double scout. Maybe he's looking for a proxy factory or something. And he's gonna see the Marines moving out. Gonna see 5 Marines in attack, so he should know what's coming.
What's that at top left on the minimap? There's something. There's 2 SCVs out on the map. This feels like it's either some kind of cheese or it's a lot of SCVs not mining.
Oh, we need to see the 4 or the. These are proxy Starports. I don't know what this could possibly be. Wraith already in his main. Not repaired the bunker. He's got to make a bunker behind this one. Now Danny has vision with the barracks as well. Targeting the SCV.
It is proxies. We have 2 proxies at 12 o'clock. So he's probably going to sack the natural, lift up the CC, float it back, and have a C-tank on in the main. Hold that way and try and do a counterattack.
Smart, but he can't lose these Marines. What is he doing? Why is he moving forward? SCV pulls here, but this is just not the way to do it.
No, and they're all together, so the tank splash just wipes them out. That brave SCV getting the tank down to like 20 health, but unfortunately there's SCVs repairing it.
And now you don't have anti-air because you lost all your Marines. I like the idea if it's like you said, just retreat into the main, but this is not how you do it. How do you actually deal with the race now? You don't have any Marines, your barracks is floating, you don't have an eBay, the tanks are in siege range of your command center.
The only things that shoot up are your proxy race, which are on the wrong side of the map. Yeah, this could have been good, but it's also the eBay's already done, so we're gonna see if the race come in, we're just gonna see SCVs building turrets beneath them.
But I'm liking this strategy on paper from GoKu if you just retreat into your main. On the other hand, he just played it poorly, because this is definitely something that's that you know Danny's going for a very committed one-base build. You see Danny doesn't really know what's going on. He's preparing for everything basically.
He doesn't know why his race are just winning him the game. he's happy with the fact that Tiberi's still winning the game, but he's a little bit confused. And like the all-in on that one tank, there was a second tank behind it, so even if you get the tank at the cost of your tank and 2 SCVs and 4 Marines, it doesn't actually change anything. So I don't know what the objective with that timing really was.
And the problem is there's no way for him to retake his natural. Now he's gonna go for some kind of cloaked wraith attack, but Dandy, he's making turrets. He already has scan. If you can take air control, it's still gonna be extremely difficult to break out of this natural with bunker, turret, and a lot of tanks set up. You can see Dandy is like his game sense is there. He knows the only way he could possibly lose is if there are proxy ports. Although imagine this were proxy factories, right? And we just saw like 6-speed vultures head into Dandy's base. Dandy would not at all be prepared.
Yeah, I think I'd like that more because like one missile turret with STV repair, I think can beat infinite wraiths. And at this point, Goku sees the bad news. He goes, "Oh, my opponent has turrets. No amount of wraiths is going to win this."
So I'm thinking maybe the proxy factory speed vulture is the play there, because you don't necessarily need to kill them. Vultures do a really good job at killing the SCVs, and well, that's it for game number 2. Dandy with a 2-0 victory. I'm not surprised he went for the attack there. But that's a very hard build to hold with proper execution from the attacker. So job well done there by Dandy. That's the end of the first best of 3. Dandy going into the winners match.
For TVT series, that was relatively quick, I think. Yeah. And I'm impressed that Goku just tried to take it straight up. I feel like if I was playing Dandy, I would maybe not have the confidence to play a standard game with him. I would try something a bit weird, but Goku just game 1 just trying to beat him straight up. Game 2 he went for standard opener and then tried a bit of a proxy counterplay, but that was still a reaction to the standard opener.
Yep, for sure. And now our next series is going to be Raynor versus NbA. I'm very excited for that, but just before we go into that, we're going to take a very short break, and we'll see you guys in a few minutes. Alright, we are back. Just Kenny beat GoKu 2-0. Pretty quick TBT, and that means we're gonna head into the second match, which is gonna be a PBT this time around. NbA against Raynor, and I'm very excited for this. Raynor is a very strong Bolivian Terran. For a long time, was the best Bolivian player, and NbA has been proving a lot in the past 6 months to a year.
Yeah, NbA is so difficult to play PvP. He's got some pocket builds. Like he does the fast expand PvP a lot, and the thing is, because nobody else does it, I don't know the counter builds to it. But everything I try, he does it every game, so he knows how to counter everything I try because he's played it 100 times. It's very difficult to get a opener advantage against NbA, and his macro is extremely good behind it. Sometimes his decision making is a bit questionable, but having a lot of units is by itself a skill. He can make bad decisions and just crush you with his macro. I'm going to be cheering for NbA this game.
Am I back? So my
You are
PC,
back.
it froze for, I don't know, like 30 seconds. It didn't crash, so I hope everything's fine. But I am back. And we are ready to start the first match between NbA and Raynor. The map will be Overwatch.
So in the top left, in the blue Terran, we have Raynor. And in the bottom right, as the red Protoss, we have NbA.
Now, Overwatch, PvP, you have a couple options early game. You could go for Gas Steal. Definitely, it's a 2-player map. If you just scout after Pylon, you're basically guaranteed to do that. You can also go for Nexus First, but Nexus First can be a little bit risky. We've seen Terrans really just go for it with that SEV drills a lot lately. Well, I know you haven't played on this particular map a lot, but in general, 2-player map PvT, what are you looking to do?
The gas steal is the meta at the moment for sure. It's either gas steal with proxy gate, or gas steal with a fast expand and cannons, or gas steal with a just 1-gate tech follow up. Gas steal is definitely the meta on 2-player maps. Now NbA is not going for that, which is a very commendable choice. He's clearly a very honourable player. He doesn't need any kind of advantage. But I also don't like the gas steal just because it's so map specific. If you practice gas steal on Eclipse, that doesn't help your tool for Polyvoid.
That is true. It's a 2-player specific strategy, and here we go. We have Rax, still no gas. We are on total supply. Are we gonna see it from Raynor, or is he gonna go for, okay, just 12 gas, which is perfectly fine. 12 gas from NbA as well, and he is scouting after gas. Sometimes on this map in particular, what I like to do is go core Zealot and not scout with a probe at all.
Yeah, this probe scout timing I think is just for confirming it's single factory. He's just gonna make sure he can see the time the SCVs go off gas. But I don't normally do a quick SCV scout in PvT just because you can confirm the CC later with your first Dragoon. But it does let you take your expansion slightly more aggressively if you can confirm that there's not enough gas for any 2-fac or starport play.
This is a little bit
sexy. Weird, though. Yeah, there's only one SCV gas, so this is not going to be enough gas for anything.
Yeah, so this to me, I've seen this before, and Terran does this, so they have flexibility, and they'll either go command center or factory. So you'll see it'll line up that they can get the factory at basically the same time as the command center. he's gonna have 400 minerals, and because he scouted just standard 1 gate tech with the cybernetics core, he's just gonna go into a command center here, and it's gonna have a delayed factory, but it's still gonna be faster than a Rax expand.
NbA is mining a lot of gas, which is surprising to me. It's normally you go for these days normally you go for like the 20 Nexus with the reduced post on gas, but he looks like he's going to go for 23. This is a lot of gas mining though. Question is he going to add another pylon? I would not like another pylon here, because on 1 gateway you only get, it costs you effectively 225 minerals and 50 gas to get 1 more Dragoon. It's an expensive extra Dragoon. Oh, this is a very nice pickup. Finding this SCV.
Denying the scout is critical. It's gonna make Raynor make some decisions he doesn't want to have to make here.
Yeah, Raynor saw that it was 3 probes on gas, and now he hasn't got the chances to the Nexus. So right now everything's on the table potentially. It could be DT Rush, it could be Reaver Rush, it could be like a proxy Robo with as fast as possible Reaver Rush, it could be DT Drop. So this is a difficult spot to play if you don't get that confirmation on the Nexus. And we see Raynor sends out a second SCV immediately. He's not going to take any chances. He needs to know if there's a Nexus.
Yep, and the Dragoon is going to come here. Is he going to take the fire to confirm? Well, this is... Oh, okay, took several Marine shots there, but nothing critical here. Now, the second SCV scout is looping around. We have the second factory from Raynor here. Dragoon range is not done. It's going to finish now, so that's at least some information Raynor will have. He actually only made 1 Marine. Extremely greedy. And second gate. Looks like we're even setting up for a 3rd gateway here.
Yeah, this is a little bit too defensive, I think, given that he knows that it's not a 2-pack. With the 23 next, the way that NbA did it, you get the 2 Dragoons, but you have to keep the second Dragoon on your ramp in case of a Vulture, which is exactly what he did. That is the correct way to play it. But in doing so, you get that quick range, but you don't get any pressure from it. The Dragoon, you get 1 Dragoon attacking the bunker, but they can just repair through 1 Dragoon, which is one of the reasons I'm not such a huge fan of the 23 next with range. Now, the 3-gate follow-up it's good to get the 2-pack, like a no CC at all 2-pack, but that's not what's happening here. So this is too defensive in my opinion. He could get away with just 2 gateways into quick Robo and taking a 3rd.
Yeah, I much prefer the faster 3rd than the extra gateway. But this is still a really good 3rd timing, so I think he's cutting Dragoons here, and yeah, just cutting all the Dragoon production, sensing no attack is incoming. Putting on some pressure with these Dragoons. Very careful Raynor has to be with this lone tank.
Yeah, the inactive gateways is actually really good. A lot of the time people think that you need to be using your production non-stop because that's how you do macro correctly, but in PvT it's very much about timings. You need to you build X for gateways so you have flexibility, so you can play a very reactive game, but at the same time oh, he's going to get the tank. This is going to be huge. Losing that tank really hurts your timings.
And you haven't lost a single Dragoonist Protoss. It's fantastic. The one thing I'm looking for NbA to do is actually make more probes though. He's been on 30 for a very long time. He's only gone up to 31. He could be up workers here. Raynor hasn't made SCVs consistently, and he's evening this out though because he sniped that tank. So look how much repair and lost mining time with this 4 SCVs not mining. But again, look at NbA, still 31 probes. He's actually supply blocked here. So even though he's doing a lot of damage to Raynor, he's doing a lot of self-inflicted damage, really focusing in on this attack.
For NbA, seeing the 2 tanks, that he killed one of the tanks and seeing siege mode here, he knows where Raynor's gas has gone. This makes it a very safe game for him. He's not worried about Vulture drops, he's not worried about any like super quick upgrade style. He knows where his opponent's gas is, and that makes it just so easy to play.
Yeah, and I'm looking at Raynor. He took an extremely late second gas here. One thing I'm questioning is this 3rd location from NbA. We haven't mentioned it. What's up with this? This is not the one you want to take. You didn't even want this as your 4th base.
I don't know. I mean, you want to hold your bridge. You can't ever lose your bridge in this matchup. If you, he could make a giant pylon wall there if he wanted. It's not impossible. But yeah, that ramp is pretty wide.
Yeah, Vulture's gonna get in here. It looks like maybe they're not gonna get that many probes.
This micro against these mines is critical. He could have taken a lot more damage there than he did. Oh, he's going to lose another one though.
All in all, I think this is fine. He's deflected the Vulture, and Terran going into Vultures and Vulture speed this early is a very big investment. You can see it's still only 2 factories. Upgrade is super late. It's 8 minutes. This is +1 just starting now.
So just so you guys know, if anybody wants to donate to Zero with a tip message cheering for NbA, I will match that donation at the end of the game. We are cheering for NbA this game.
All right, so absolutely no Protoss bias from our Protoss caster board here. Well, as you can see, NbA actually joined Naz recently for a while. He was looking for a clan to play in. He was in DM for a very long time, but he wanted, I guess, more practice. And he actually mentioned latency was a big thing, so that's why he didn't join a European clan. But joined Naz recently, has been fielded in BWCL, has actually done pretty well in there, and also in the Death Fate Pro League team league. So a new member to the team, and a pretty strong addition, I gotta say. And in this game, his position is looking very good. Raynor just seems behind on everything.
Yeah, 2 weeks ago there was a very good series between NbA and School. NbA took it 2-0, but the games were fantastic. And again, NbA's macro is what won it. He's a macro beast. He takes the bases and he builds the gateways. And if you look at the minimap, we can see those gateways going down right now. It's 9 gate. He's gonna make some units.
He's got Arbiter Tribunal on the way as well, and you see that third gas is set up. Raynor going in factories as well. He's getting his science facility, but his 2-1 timing is it's not coordinated well. Like, he's gonna have the science facility before +1 is even done. So,
you might see this dropship. It looks like he's gonna clip it on the minimap. Oh, he sees it. That's very unfortunate. That observer was nothing to do with the dropship. It was just looking for mines. Oh, NbA didn't see it though.
We have a very healthy 62 probe count. Let's see what that ends up at. 4 vultures. It looks like the probe pool was fast enough. He only lost 2 probes somehow, maybe 3. These vultures aren't going to get a ton of damage done.
It was surprising given the lack of a SimCity. NbA really should have had a full SimCity around his mineral line there, but yeah, he's taken very little damage. And behind this, Raynor he's 2 base committed. So he's going to have to try and cross the map at some point. And you look at what he has and think, wait a second, you've got +1 finishing now. That's a very late +1. You don't have a 2-1 timing. Arbiters are going to be out. How are you going to deal with this? I just don't see it.
Yes, a lot of Terrans have prioritized that 2-1 timing. I've seen 2-1 as fast as 11:30, and +1 just finished, so you can see how far behind he is on that upgrade. And well,
this is nice.
I'm thinking about you never suspect this is Protoss. And something you mentioned earlier, I learned this very quickly in PvT. You want to make a wall that covers your middle line. So you see where that Stargate is? Just make pylons below that so that vultures dropped at the edge of their base can't get easily into your middle line.
I feel like he saw that scan because he's moving the probe as the scan happens. And if you see a scan in your main base as a Protoss, you should be ready for the drop because that's what Terran's telling you.
Go vultures, but they're not going to get much done other than laying some mines. Look at the 4th NbA's taken. So he's just expanding vertically, which is something you don't normally see on Overwatch. You usually see the horizontal expansion pattern.
I like this quite a lot because I feel like Raynor has to take a top right to win the game eventually. Top right is based on Raynor's side of the map, and you want to take base on your opponent's side of the map because that way every mineral you mine is denied to them. NbA can take 6 o'clock whenever he wants. 6 o'clock's free. But he doesn't need to take it immediately.
Well, the vultures have done actually a surprising amount of damage somehow. This tank
You say that, he's got 73 workers. It's
no, I mean just not economic damage. It just shot gateways and killed a bunch of zods. I don't know about this. It's only Dragoons, but we're looking at the tank count. It's only 11. +2 is still not done. So this is a very weak army here. one stasis can actually eliminate half of these tanks, so Raynor has to be very careful here.
Yeah, I just don't see Raynor getting much done. I mean, NbA's got he's got the tech, he's got the map control, he's got the bases. Is that his first Arbiter he's building right now? Because the Arbiter Tribunal's been done for a year, so... Okay, no, that's his second one. I wouldn't mind seeing a second Stargate for more Arbiters, though. Either that or Storm, but he should be building more than just Arbiters out of one Stargate.
Gotta be careful. These 3 Goliaths will kill this Arbiter. Gotta retreat. Looks like it almost goes down, 1 hit away. Wow, that's very close. Yeah, I like this base in the top right quite a lot. He's gonna, by the time Raynor takes that base, there's gonna be like only 100 minerals in each crystal. And NbA can always take 6 later. I think mining bases on your opponent's side of the map is just a good thing to do in PvT. Is this a replay broken? Are we seeing another drop? There are already 2 cannons in the main, but Raynor really insisting on this continual drop. Now we have 80 probes. This is 82 even, so this is probably a little bit too high. Don't want to see any more probes being made. Yeah,
we're going to see more probes made. In the series with School 2 weeks ago, he made over 100. When he only had 1 mining bases. He only had 1 mining base and all the Nexus were still producing probes. He's got the same issue I have, where you just have the muscle memory built up so that your fingers are constantly building probes and you can't actually stop.
Oh man, and I remember that series against Squall because he kept losing fights. Squall did a really good job at killing the army, but it didn't matter. NbA just had, I don't know, 4 or 5 bases constantly and just kept taking more and more bases. And Squall could never really break through.
The crazy thing was there were bases that the fully mined out and the Nexus was still pumping probes, even though there was just like 20 probes sitting next to the Nexus doing nothing. He's got that muscle memory, which is a good thing to have, but you need to then unhotkey the Nexus eventually, because otherwise you find yourself in this position where you can no longer build High Templar, you can't build Arbiters because you're maxed out.
Yeah, so I mean, right now, kill 3 probes, make another Arbiter, and it would help him long term, big time. But I like what he's doing. He's taking a 5th, and like you said, this 4th at top right, he's mining a lot of minerals there. Now, Raynor, he's playing very defensively. He's not really looking to move out. He is maxed now, but these Arbiters have a lot of energy. It's gonna come down to the stasis versus ENP and how they control the big fight, of course. But I like NbA's position right here. I only think he should be adding more gateways and probably just expanding more aggressively.
I agree. I think that you want to cannon up 9 o'clock at this point and put a few high tempo there just to be annoying. Because cannons are, when you've got 3K, 2K, cannons are free at this point. He can make as many as he likes. There's really no pressure on him to on his money. He can spend as much as he wants. A good EMP here could change the game dramatically. And he gets hit by it. And he only has the 1 Stargate Arbiter. He doesn't have like the high Arbiter count to stasis everything. This is actually potentially a little bit tricky.
He has 2 stasis here, but it gets taken out. I don't know if it managed to land the 2nd stasis, but as you can see, look at this tank count. It's so small. 5 tanks get stasis there. And, I mean, this is fantastic for NbA. He's going to be able to push through here. It's 3 tanks reinforcing. There's a lot of Dragoons here. Only 1 Zealot, but, oh, that mine was huge as well. 3 more tanks go down. Might be 4 Zealots in the shuttle.
Okay, here they are.
Okay, they're the High Templars.
And I knew he had them.
Yeah, and now he's going to be able to kill these 5 tanks as they unsiege. So, I mean, fantastic position for NbA. He just really has to macro and make sure he kills these 5 tanks. And basically, there's no way he can lose from there.
Raynor's not really lost any tanks this game, but yet he doesn't have any. It's bizarre. Like, what happened to his tank count? Because it's not like he'd been losing tanks all game. He pushed out and there weren't any tanks. 5 got caught in the stasis, but you would expect him to have, 17 minutes, like 25 tanks.
He also doesn't have any gas, so I'm wondering where it actually went. But we see he only has 2 add-ons. Okay, he hasn't been mining his gas. That explains everything. Just put SCVs on it now, and really, you want to be on 3 add-ons, possibly even 4 at this stage of the game. The problem is, he's lost his big push. So it's going to be another 2 or 3 minutes before he can even attempt to move out again. Meanwhile, it's 2 or 3 minutes, top right is being mined out. Meaning, Raynor only really has the mineral only to take.
That an NbA had 4K banked before that last fight. He no longer has 4K banked. He's up to 87 probes though. The moment he was no longer supply blocked, the probe count just starts going up again. So that was the only thing stopping him from building probes, was just that he was maxed out.
We saw
the man loves his probes.
There, asking you to go to a cyber cafe in Peru. Are you Portuguita? That's you, right?
I'm Portuguita.
Do you know what that means? I'm sure you looked
it up.
Turtle. Yeah, I mean it's like a tender name for the turtle. Right, he's breaking through, and look at this probe count. It just keeps going up. He's at 9.
It's a real issue with him. He's gonna lose a lot of games because of this, but this game is just funny because he's not gonna lose.
Okay, is Raynor gonna GG before we see NbA reach 100?
NbA's probe supply is more than Raynor's army supply. Raynor has 117 minus 40. That gives him what 77, if I'm not wrong.
Absolutely incredible. We're at 93 probes. He has a lot of base. He's basically taken the entire map. He only needs to take 9 and cannon it up and be really obnoxious there. I also think he has like triple forge. Those upgrades are going to be extremely strong. They aren't upgrading right now. Like, he's getting shield, which is something you almost never see.
Yeah, I'm told that shield actually has a breakpoint with carriers against Goliaths.
Oh yeah, Nyokin made a video about that. And well, it's not really going to be impactful here, but we see Raynor again. Just the tank count is just too low in every fight.
Holding on 93 workers, but now NbA is no longer supply blocked. I'm expecting it to go up.
Yeah, maybe bottom left is going to need to be saturated, so he might make a few there. Oh, we have another
74
storm.
energy. There we. Oh,
yeah,
okay. We're not going to see 100 workers this game.
All right, so NbA, pretty convincing win. Played pretty solidly. I liked the. I mean, we were questioning the 3-gate, but if you don't make units out of the 3-gate, then you can still take a pretty fast third next. And he read and reacted well to his opponent's build and just played like the better player for the majority of that game.
Yeah, I mean, normally it's like 8 Dragoons out of 2 gates, then you take a third. I think NbA only made like 6 Dragoons. He had the third gateway, but he didn't use it, so it didn't hurt him. And that's the flexibility that you get with Protoss. Gateways are incredibly cheap. Like hatchery is obviously 350 minerals once you include the drone. Factory is 200, 100, but you can just spam gateways. You can make way too many gateways and not use them. So I think we had 2 cheers for NbA that game, both $3. Is that what you see, Zero? The cheers for NbA that game, with the donations cheering NbA that I said I would match. We have no NbA fans. Just me. I saw one from Deathbait, I think.
Alright, so NbA, pretty convincing win that time, and I mean, if he wins, he's gonna go up against Andy, and while I think he's gonna be an upset, an underdog there, I think he has the potential to win at least one game. Now, Raynor, he's gonna have his work cut off for him. He's gonna need a better build than we saw in game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, that build game number 1 just didn't work. He went for a late +1, but also for 2-base style. And if you go 2-base, you're going for a 2-base timing. The late +1, he didn't have a 2-base timing going on. It's not like he went for a 1-1-8 back. So, yeah, it just didn't really come together. And by the time he was pushing out taking a third, NbA was on 4 bases and like 70 probes. The harass was pretty good, but I mean, killing workers against NbA doesn't do anything. He has workers.
Yeah, he's always going to have 10 or 15 more than necessary. Now, I want to mention one thing. Raynor, I think his big moment coming into the scene was in maybe it was a Let's Go or some kind of weekly tournament where he actually beat DeWalt 2-1. Now, this was a long time ago. DeWalt's definitely improved from there, but he beat him just going standard 2-1, nothing sneaky, just normal macro play. So Raynor is definitely a strong macro player, but in game number 1, his build was all over the place. It did not really look to be streamlined at all. So I'm a little bit perplexed about his play there.
Yeah, I think NbA is a pretty clear favorite here, and I'm looking forward to seeing him against Andy.
Alright, so game number 2 is going to be on Sylphid, and we are ready to jump into this match.
As the blue Terran at 8 o'clock, we have Raynor. And as the red Protoss at 4 o'clock, we have NbA. I've seen, I remember there being quite a lot of like strong FDs on this map back when it was played.
Yeah, this is a map with very close rust distances, and strong FD can potentially be devastating now. You can see 10-10 or 11-12 with just 2 tanks and 5 to 8 Marines joining the push. I, in particular, as Protoss, my favorite build on this map is Core, Zealot, and then you react with what you see.
Yeah, Core Zealot gives you a lot of flexibility.
Alright, NbA, not... Yeah, I want to see if he's mining the patches and if he's boosting the top one. Looks like he's not. I know you in particular are a big fan of just getting every little advantage you can in the early game.
Yeah, in PvP, it's in particular, it's critical just for the gateway timing. We just saw that like a 119 gateway. 113 is possible on a 10 gate. That's how much boosting can make a difference. It's 6 seconds on your Zealot rush timing. Huge. Yeah, I think that boosting is definitely a factor, especially with the right-hand spawns. Yeah, I think if you're not boosting, you're going to lose games because of it.
No gas, so this is Zealot pressure. Now, Zealot Core Zealot is definitely a build I've seen, but I'm not a particularly big fan of it. I like the core timing to be fast in this matchup.
16, 16, 16.
That's also a build that came out recently, which is something that like...
Oh, he added a pylon on the gas. Okay, so this is odd, but I think that he can delay in the gas like this. You can still get a pretty quick nexus because you get that extra minute income. Yeah, I guess 2 Zealot Dragoon is what we're going to be seeing here.
Yeah, but he's going to be going up against Rax Expand, and if I scout him now and I see Rax Expand, I just abandon.
Yeah, if he gets the gas steal, then that's going to be very, very damaging.
Oh, he's got to go for it. He's got to go for it. He has the opportunity. Oh,
you always want to go gas steal when you're in this position, because if there's no vulture coming, then the Dragoons are just going to be able to do damage forever. The Zealots are going to have nothing they're afraid of.
He still has the opportunity.
Yeah, I'm surprised Raynor's not blocking it. Like, if you're in this position, you haven't scouted your opponent, and a probe comes into your base, you've got to take the gas instantly. You just forget about the CC. You go gas CC. Because otherwise, you just have Zealots bullying you the entire time.
Yeah, but now we have a Zealot at the natural, and you don't have any SimCity. It's only 2 Marines. 3rd Marine is about to pop out. He gets 1 swipe on Marine to weaken it, which is huge. There's 3 Marines with good micro. They will defeat the Zealot. Looks like we had a bit of a mistake there with the Zealot. Now the bunker is going to be up, and now we're making a Dragoon, and this is why I don't like this build. You can't do anything now.
He could have just cut Dragoon and Dragoon range and just gone straight into the Nexus. There was nothing to block it. He knows his opponent has no factory. There's nothing for him to be afraid of here. But the Dragoon range timing is so late that he cannot pressure the bunker. This, I think, was a misplay here by NbA. If he had stolen the gas, then I'd love it. But with no gas steal, it's just... there's no real aggressive potential.
Alright, so he gets the SCV kill, but he's not cutting the range, and he actually made more Dragoons.
I feel like if you're going range, you make more Dragoons, just because the only advantage range gives you is the ability to hurt a bunker. And if you don't build any Dragoons, you can't hurt the bunker. But at the same time, I feel like you don't do that in the first place.
Yeah, I feel like you're hurting your own you're hurting yourself by slowing down your commands, your Nexus this much. And the only thing I can imagine is he's looking to double expand from this, maybe before Robo, but he's not going to be able to put on enough pressure on the bunker that Terran is going to be slowed down significantly.
I like that he's looking for the SCV. If you remember the first game, he found that he found Raynor's scout SCV immediately and denied it. So Raynor had no idea what was going on. This game, he's got units just wandering around looking for that SCV, and if he finds it, Raynor's going to be in a top position again.
And there's the Goon range finally finishing, and as expected, we have the probe going to take that Nexus. So no surprise there, but usually when you do this, you've done some kind of damage to Terran, right? You forced a lot of repair, or you've killed SCVs, or you know they have a lake tank timing, but none of that is true here.
So he killed the tank with his Dragoon range last time because Raynor didn't have siege mode. He was just trying to... Raynor supply blocked. I think that tank is a little bit late. That machine shop's been done for a little bit. But last time he killed the first tank. And this game he's going to have, what, 4 Dragoons and a Zealot? He can go for that tank.
Definitely, and getting that first tank really slows down Terran. Have 3 SCVs repairing, so this worker deficit isn't as large as it actually seems. Raynor has an advantage now, but NbA will be able to make that up quickly with that 3rd Nexus. Now, I'm thinking Raynor, he scouted everything. He saw 1 factory. He's not going to go siege mode. He's actually going to go for a 3 or potentially 5 tank push. So not losing this tank, absolutely critical. Not losing any Dragoons early, absolutely critical. Because if he loses maybe 1 or 2 Dragoons, the incoming push is going to be just devastating. And I don't know if NbA can hold it.
With that Zealot, he can definitely dive this. And he should. I think he's going to.
He's going, he's going.
Yeah. Oh, but there's... Oh, the Dragoon! Oh, that's so unfortunate. That Dragoon just gets blocked by the Zealot. That Zealot just murdering his brother.
I'm already concerned. I'm concerned for NbA. He's only on 2 gateways. And the one thing in his favor is we have a floated barracks, because this could be like 8 Marines with this push instead of just 4 damaged ones. And here we go. It's going to be
that should have 100% been a tank kill. He had 5 Dragoons and a Zealot against a single tank. With like, it's just the Zealot blocking the Dragoon. It all fell apart.
And we actually see 5 tank instead of 3, which it had coming later. But critically, your Vulture upgrades are actually really slow, so it's very hard to actually punish this 3rd base with Vulture movement. It's completely exposed here, of course. Like 1 Dragoon is going to be sent back to help out with that, and we're going up to 4 gateways. And here comes
NbA has very late ops, but that means he's got early gateways. So against this, he's going to be fine. I think he's against quick vultures on the map. You want observer rush, but against this, you just want a bunch of Dragoons. Dragoons dominate tanks, and a lot of them.
Oh, can he snipe a tank here? Looks like we're missing 1 tank from Raynor. Where is it?
I went the long way around.
It looks like we're going to get all but 1 of the tanks. We should have 4 Dragoons coming to help out with this. Looks like 2 are already out. Looks like we're making Zealots, not what you want to see.
Oh, that wall. You forgot about the Vox to the left. You want to wall off the main part all the way because the Vox to the left. And this SimCity is not a SimCity. Oh.
But the Zealots actually heroically kill those 2 vultures and the mines, so now we're actually fine. There's only 1 tank and just production of Dragoons.
The observer's not here though. Well, where's that observer? Because he was building them. The vultures should have been at 3 o'clock this entire time too. The 3 o'clock is just naked. There's not even a pylon wall.
And it just keeps rallying to the front, so big missed opportunity here for Raynor. Can still go.
He should have gotten that tank home a long time ago. The moment the rush started failing, that tank should have bailed. But in this case, he's going to lose a tank for free.
Alright, and behind us, we actually have Raynor taking his own 3rd base at the mineral only. But this definitely did not work out how he intended. He didn't really get any economic damage done. He just traded units. He's going up to 6. 6 factories without an armory, which maybe he's gonna do a 3-base mass factory push to follow us up, but because he lost all his tanks, I think that has very little potential to work here.
Yeah, this build just seems all over the place. I feel like he was going for a 2-factory push, and then while he was pushing, his minerals went up to 900 because he was busy managing the push. And then he was like, oh no, I have to spend all this money, and just threw down a bunch of factories. But he should have been going armory and starport while he was pushing. It's obviously too late at this point.
He's actually taking a 4th base as well on location, but he has no unit.
I don't see anyone in which he holds that.
Of course, if NbA doesn't out, potentially can hold it, but it's so far away. He doesn't have any tanks. He can't get a siege lineup. Like, he can barely hold the 3rd here.
Is that CC on the right spot on the mineral only? That looks like quite long distance mining.
I think it's actually too far away. It should be 1 hex left and actually maybe 1 lower as well.
But like NbA is like a classic gateway man, as some Terrans refer to them. He makes a lot of gateway units. He doesn't so much do the timings. He hits you with a lot of stuff, and you don't want to have unupgraded Terran against that.
Yeah, you also don't want to have 3 tanks.
Like, the way you beat gateway man is you get your 3-2 upgrades and you just get very, very efficient. But that is not how Raynor's playing this. Raynor is just trying to go factory man against gateway man, and NbA's just really good at gateway man.
So he's gonna go for the throat, not getting the free kill at the 3rd. Really wants to go into the main. I don't know about this. We have very few units, but Terran in a fortified position is very strong. Looks like the 1 tank does get killed.
I want to see the probe like do like a pylon rule here, just for fun.
We even have slow zealots streaming in. SCV count has been getting lower and lower. We're down from 60 to 40, and NbA's probe count, it's going up. He's only on 3 nexuses, but we're at 69.
The man can build probes.
Oh man, Dragoon's worst enemy here. Some SCVs, but 1 hero zealot here. Looks like the SCVs are doing a good job of bugging out the Dragoons, and Raynor is gonna hold here
until the next wave.
Oh. Let's call that off. The 3rd is completely exposed, as it was the entire time. Still only 3 tanks. I mean, something we've seen in this entire series is Raynor just has not enough tanks.
Yeah, he didn't have a 2nd gas for the longest time. Oh, we have Zealot legs now?
Zealot legs now, but the army supplies aren't that far apart, actually, because, of course, NbA has 77 probes. He probably wants to take another Nexus here, but we have, I think, vultures or mines at the potential 4th bases. So he's really focusing on going for the kill. I think it could potentially backfire, just bleeding off too many units. Terran does have 4 command centers here.
Yeah, that 4th base does give a comeback potential. It's not impossible that if NbA just slacks off, Raynor could recover with that extra base. But at the same time, and there's 82 workers. This is a lot of economy. He is bleeding off units though.
He's done a good job at the tank count, reducing it constantly. Only 4, but losing Dragoons here. And again,
the speed dots are just not here. Oh, that mine hit. He's just lost his entire Dragoon, and now the speed dots are going to show up, but it's too late.
Yeah, the 4th is still... The thing is, NbA, there's no way he can expect Terran to have. And now, ooh, probably shouldn't have sieges up, actually. Those were free solids.
NbA needs another base. He's oversaturated on the free base he has. He sent a probe to the top right, but that vulture there denied it. I think he has a probe building something at 6 o'clock, but there's a mine there. He needs to throw down some nexuses though.
Yeah, he can
with 85 probes. I don't know why he hasn't taken the inner base. That just because he has the worker count, he can take all the bases.
Yeah, I mean the game is slowly flipping in favor of Raynor, I think.
Raynor, I don't know if he even has any armories still, so if he has no armories, I don't see much of a win condition.
That can't be his first armory.
I think it is.
I mean, if you think about it, a normal game, 3-2 is about to finish, and we're still unupgraded Terran, so forget that. I mean, Terran is still strong, but without upgrades, their punching power in the big fights is really reduced.
Without upgrades, just the gateway units, they trade against the factory units pretty well, and NbA can make gateway units all day long. You beat NbA by getting a situation where his gateway units stop working. But if his gateway units work, then he's just going to keep making them.
I like the double expand, but he should probably actually even triple expand. Take the mid base, maybe even take top middle. Like he should just take every base. He has the map control, he has the minerals. I don't know what kind of scouting information he has on Terran, but
none at all. He went very late observer.
He should be clicking the Terran army and seeing this guy still only has 1-0.
0.
Okay, this is not what you want to do from Raynor's position. It looks like he wants to move out against Gateway Man without upgrades. His tank count is still not high.
The army supply is comparable though, because NbA is... Oh, I feel what you want to do is you want to just chip off bits of NbA's army over and over, because every time you kill some army, he's going to replace that supply with probes. So if you just like drag the game out and just keep chipping off bits of his army, eventually NbA will only have probes.
Yeah, we're at 90. We saw 93 in game number 1. So he's going to push through the side. This is a much better angle to push from. NbA does have High Templars and a shuttle to support his army. It's like Raynor is sieged up here with 4 High Templars, so the tanks are very clumped up.
Yeah, the storms here could just be devastating.
3 tanks get hit with that one. Where are the subsequent storms? Looks like another tank.
The shuttle flew over the cliff, and he couldn't actually drop the High Templar because the shuttle said there was no land.
Oh my god, just huge storms. The tanks were very clumped up. So we try to get more, but the mines actually kill. Probably overstaying at that attack, but you kill the army. And this is why you don't... Like, this is why you prioritize upgrades, because that was 0-0. He should have killed more of that army before it even got to him. That's why we're seeing a big impact with the lack of upgrades here. This is just mass dragoons now, and I think he can break through here. There's a couple zealots to tank some of the fire, eat some of the mines, get on top of the tanks. Another good set of storms there. We actually even have the Arbiter now. Raynor doesn't have the science facility set up to make vessels yet, I don't think. And yeah, even at this point, even cost inefficient trades will work out for him because he did double expand. Again, he should have more bases at this point.
Yeah, the win condition for, or the condition that makes it so you can never lose is taking a 12 o'clock though for NbA. I think at this point, if he doesn't feel like he can just push and close out the game, he needs to take 12 o'clock.
12 o'clock and just spam cannon and gateways there, and there's no way for Raynor to win this game. Oh, this is going to be huge. Getting on top of a few remaining tanks, and I like how he did this. Now he's moving in with the army. Again, this isn't... I
saw a Vulture take out that mine though. I think that was a very quick click by Raynor, where he had a Vulture target the mine as the Zealot dragged it.
Are we going to get to that 100 probe number? That's the only question I have left.
And that's how you beat NbA. You just chip bits of his army off while prolonging the game.
We're at 92. If he takes one more base and this game goes on for like 3 more minutes, I think we'll see it. Raynor...
And he's still making probes out of his main Nexus, I'm sure. That's how NbA plays. His main Nexus is going to make probes. He doesn't care which Nexus the probes come out of. He doesn't care about his minerals. He just likes his probes.
Upgrades are 1-0 for both sides, so... I mean, that always favors the Protoss. We do have 2 armies, but you can see we're only getting armor. Again, Terrans just spread too thin. Sure, they have 130 supply, but 70 of it is SCVs and only 3 tanks. And again, we have a huge gas bank, so Raynor needs to add more add-ons to his factories. It's like a stasis there, gonna get 2 of the tanks, which is half the tank army.
Observer though, the goons are just plowing through. They don't care.
And when you have this much of an army advantage, it probably doesn't matter.
He's finally found the top left expansion.
He probably thinks
all game long.
Yeah, he probably thinks he just took that maybe like a couple minutes ago.
So we're holding on 92 probes. We did hit 93, but a probe that went to top right got killed.
Yeah, that one vulture at top right, I wonder if it has like 5 kills, all probes. And there we have the lift on the plant center.
All the observers at the bottom left, they're outside of NbA's high ground bottom left base. There's no observers with the army at all.
Now we're at the third. Again, NbA could have won this more convincingly, just taking more of the map, but this is still a very comfortable position for him.
Yeah, and again, I think Raynor's build just didn't really line up. There were no timings to it. There was nothing that really would have threatened Raynor. So threatened NbA. I question why he's using this build and not a standardized build, because the PvT openers are pretty well known these days. So the PvP openers, you can look at the build order guide and see what they are.
Yeah, it's just a much better opener. It gives you a much better mid game. Yeah, he's gonna need to fine tune if he's gonna have a chance against Dandy. Dandy is very oppressive with his TVP.
21-minute 1-1. He's not even getting 2-2.
I mean, at this point, he can't afford anything. He just started mining his third. He's getting mana and natural are mined out.
NbA is mined out his third base. The 3 o'clock that he took as his third is also mined.
And look at the 6th base he takes. This is the one. I don't know.
Yeah,
I guess it doesn't matter.
There's no point killing it workers against NbA as well. It doesn't do anything.
It just makes
it
his
actually
army
helps
stronger.
him. Yeah. Finally taking the 12 o'clock.
So many idle probes here for NbA. I like this move from Raynor. It's finding some value, but again, reaction just moved the rallied units here, and I think he will be able to deal with this. In the meantime, I think he's just going to go and counter the third base, realize this guy's committing a lot of units to harass me.
NbA is playing it very safe. He knows that Raynor's not mining his 4th base. He knows that Raynor only has a mineral only. He doesn't need to ever attack. He can just mine out the entire map. I wouldn't mind seeing a Nexus at what used to be Raynor's 4th base, just send a bunch of probes up there, steal all the minerals.
And a huge transfer of probes going to the 2 new Nexuses. Again, this army is massive. It's got good composition, a lot of storm. And Terran is still only on 1-1, so as long as he has a good concave, he can clean this up. But again, just looking to shut down the 4th base again. Not really committing.
Yeah, he doesn't need to. He can just drag this one out. He's only getting further ahead. It's funny to watch NbA's work account, and nobody else plays like this. But every game NbA plays, he plays like this. He really does need to learn to unhotkey his Nexuses.
You know who? There's a Terran player who plays like this. I'll give you one guess on who it is. And it's the same thing.
Mihu never misses a worker. Mihu doesn't overmake workers, but if you watch Mihu's SCV count, it will be the optimal SCV. It'll be as many as it ever could have been. He never misses a worker.
Right, Gypsy has the same thing where he'll just get in the rhythm of making SCVs.
Yeah, it's muscle memory, and it's a good thing to train. For me, it's I train myself to every 12 seconds do 5 T60. But the problem is that I keep doing it all game long, so I eventually have to unhotkey the Nexus.
The game isn't over because Raynor is slowly creeping towards that 4th base, but I mean, another main is set up here. You can see how many bases Raynor can actually mine from, which is only this and maybe the one Nexus, which NbA has already taken and already started mining from, which is also a reduced base, so that'll be mined out any second. And I mean, we're just on a timer here. We don't even have upgrades from Terran.
Yeah, and NbA is holding his pocket base in reserve, which again I feel like expanding on the enemy side of the map is generally a good thing in PvT. NbA will always be able to take that inner third base, the low mineral count one, so he doesn't need to take it early. I don't think he also realizes how far ahead he is. Like, one recall would end this game. There's no mine, there's no units inside Raynor's base. Raynor has nothing set up for recall. And there's been arbiters on the map for the last like 10 minutes, so I feel like maybe Raynor's not familiar with what the arbiters do, or he's just not worried about it.
You have the energy for it, but just gonna go counter. I mean, there's basically no units here. NbA probably wants some gateways at top left soon, in case the game goes on any longer. This looks like a good engagement. His dragoons are very spread out. That's a nice deep matrix though, but again, the tank count is very small now, and we're breaking into the main.
We're doing the low budget recall. It's just where you just walk in.
Yep, and this should do it, because even if he cleans this up, yeah, okay, so there's the GG. NbA takes game number 2 and takes the series 2-0 over Raynor, and looked like the better player basically all series long.
Yeah, although I'm a little bit worried for NbA against Dandy, because I feel like Dandy might get upgrades. Dandy might, while he's doing a 2-factory push, build some more factories behind it.
I think it's gonna be difficult. It's gonna be difficult against Dandy. Dandy doesn't mess up his timings. He has very strong timings. He doesn't play for the late game as much as a lot of Terran players do now, but he has very strong vulture movement, very strong macro, and if you mess up your opener, or if your opener isn't optimized, you're on the back foot, and you're gonna face an incoming timing you're not gonna be ready for.
The lack of pylon walls around his base also surprised me. He had good ones on the natural, but nothing on his main. And if you're playing Dandy, like, the most important thing is that you never take any damage from vulture run-bys, because most of Dandy's game is vulture run-bys, and you know they're coming. So you have to block them perfectly.
All right, and that'll set us up for the rest of the group. We have GoKu and Raynor and Dandy and NbA. But before we cast the next best of 3, we're gonna take another short break, and we'll be right back, guys. Only a few minutes. Hi everyone, we just saw NbA beat Raynor in a pretty convincing best of 3, showing that it's pretty good PBT. And next he's gonna go up against Dandy, which is a big step up. But before that, we're actually gonna cast GoKu versus Raynor. Now the loser of this match will be eliminated from BSL Pro League. So this is a very impactful match here. It's gonna be a best of 3 again, another TBT. We saw GoKu go up against Dandy, and even though he got 2-0'd, he showed pretty strong TBT overall.
Yeah, I feel like Goku's the favorite here. Now, I might just be saying that because he beat me recently and I'm trying to promote Goku, but it's I certainly would prefer to face Raynor than Goku.
How can you go wrong with the guy who has 100% win rate in TBT? We'll see. Now, both these players have been in Pro League before. At least GoKu has. I don't remember. He was
Raynor showing that GoKu League only. He was in GoKu League 6, 8, 10, 11, and 13 by the look of it.
Okay, so he might not have been before, but I know GoKu was in 14 and he was also in an earlier season. Well, two players that are basically on this cusp of making it or not making it to BSL Pro League. This should be a good matchup. I know a lot of you don't like TBT, but it's gonna be exciting. We'll see what builds these players go for. It looks like the map is gonna be Longinus, and we are ready to start game number 1.
It's the 4-player version of Longinus by the look of it. Yeah.
Right. In the mid-right spawn, in the color blue, we have Raynor.
In the bottom left, in the red, we have Goku. And the first thing that comes to mind with Longinus is the extra mineral crystal. One base builds better on Longinus than they are on other maps. You can hit all sorts of weird timings. Is that something we might see?
Something we saw earlier was a one base build against a Rax expand. In general, if your opponent is going factory, Rax, or I should say one base build is not as reliable. It's just your opponent's going to be able to match everything you have. It's not like their tech is significantly slowed down, so probably going to see 2 base builds from both, unless we see a Rax expand from one of these players.
If you get tanks around the edge on Longinus, though, you can shoot into their main base.
Yeah, that's a key feature on this map. It's going to be more important for, I think, Raynor, because Raynor can actually, like his attack path leads into the edge of Goku's base. So Goku has, I mean, both players basically have to be careful with how they place their factories here. You basically want them, in Goku's case, on the very left of his base, and in Raynor's, like, just below his mineral line. And it looks like we have, well, this isn't an early Rax. It looks like we actually have a 14 command center being planned, but he's going to get the first scout and not see anything.
Yeah, this is going to be kind of terrifying. Although he'll see a gas, won't he? So he'll know it's not Barracks Supply Depot. But even so, yeah, it's going to be pretty terrifying.
Yep, and there's the command center, so this is
So
definitely...
should he cancel this?
I don't know. I mean, in this specific case, you can hold this. This isn't a super fast Rax. But because you don't see anything in your opponent's main, I think you just gotta react.
The factory is going to be made at like Raynor's third, isn't it? Like he's got the forward SUV. He's going to be able to support it with Marines. Surely there's a proxy factory here.
Okay. Well, this isn't as catastrophic as a poorly placed proxy gateway, but this is still very annoying, and he's actually protected at least from the SCV.
So these timings aren't really coming together. He's got 150 gas and he can't place a factory. I feel like Goku's not optimized this as well as he could have. Okay, he's placed it now, but that timing did not he's mining so much gas and he has no minerals for a factory.
And
I don't know. Is this good?
No, he's gonna go into 2-fact, which is, I don't think it's the play. It's just too slow. You want to go into 1-fact, siege mode, and then Wraith. I think that's a better follow-up. We'll see. SCV is doing a good job at holding back these Marines, buying time for the bunker to be set up. Now, this bunker is very close to command center. You actually want it way far forward so that you can get a second bunker and buy more time if you need it.
I'm looking at Goku's gas. It just keeps on going up and up. I think that he's missing his timings here. He supply blocked on his forward back, so he only built 1 Marine. Then he didn't build the forward factory. His factory was kind of late anyway.
Yeah, and look
surely he can't want 400 gas right now.
Oh man, did he just not make? Oh, this is tragic. Because I think he would have been in fine position to hold off any kind of cheese. And this way far back.
Blocked.
You can see how this bunker is really hurting him. This bunker should be way far forward. This Marine shouldn't be able to put on any sort of pressure here.
Goku's missing depots all over the place. Until he lost that Marine just now, he wasn't building his first tank. Goku's optimization this game is he doesn't have any.
Yeah, this is a little bit tragic from both sides. I still think his position is pretty good because, I mean, obviously, Raynor forgot his factory for such a long time. He's going to vultures. What is this? This is death.
Vultures are pretty good units. They're not the best against tanks, but they're pretty good.
This just seems like suicide from Raynor here. I'm not really sure what he's thinking he's going up against.
I don't know, if I played Terran, I would make vultures in every scenario. It's never wrong to make vultures.
Now he sees his tank and he has basically no answer for this. Tank also out ranges the bunker. Looks like we're gonna see the SCV pull here.
There's 2 more tanks coming there.
With good kiting, there's no way for Goku to lose any units, basically. Just the Marines, which are only hit or buffer, really.
You don't think the SCVs are going to get a tank? Those brave SCVs.
He's buying himself time, but I mean, siege mode should be done any seconds, and or I guess not. I guess we're going into more vultures. Okay, we do have siege mode, and Raynor still only has vultures. He's dead. He's just dead.
Yeah, this has been an unusual game. We've got the Foxy Vax now building Marines inside Raynor's base.
This is key. The tanks are actually close enough to each other that they don't splash themselves, and that's it. No GG, and I mean Raynor. Tons of mistakes made both sides there, but Raynor's were worse, and you can see he couldn't defend from tanks. I don't know what read he had on his opponent's build, but it was just wrong.
You always want to make vultures. Can you name a unit that does full damage to vultures and takes the full reduced damage from vultures?
There isn't one.
There is, but there's only like one in the game. It's like the Goliath. It's like the only natural counter to vultures.
Also very, very good against mines as well.
Yeah.
Alright, so sloppy game, I gotta say, from Raynor. That means Goku is up 1-0 here. I gotta say, neither player should be happy with how they played that game. Could have been a much easier win for Goku there. It also could have been a way better defense from Raynor. He forgot the factory, then he doesn't make tanks. He couldn't have made that any easier for his opponent.
Yeah, I was surprised by GoKu missing like a depot and mining too much gas, because you feel like if you go like ProxyVax factory, you're going to have the timings mapped out. It might just be because it's a BSL map. I certainly know that like the pressure of playing in tournament games can get to you, but the timings on that just weren't clean, and I'm sure GoKu practiced it, so he should have. It probably goes better for him in practice, I guess, is what I'm thinking here.
Yeah, so we'll see. So I have another game at least, and it's going to be on Overwatch. It's going to be game number 2 between GoKu and Raynor. Alright, in the top left, in the color red, we have GoKu.
And in the bottom right, in the blue, we have Raynor. So again, as I said with GoKu Dandy, 2-player map. You want to do a ProxyVax, this is the place to do it. GoKu did a ProxyVax last game, so it could be something that he does again. It worked out for him pretty well.
Yeah, you know what isn't a viable build on this map? For one very specific reason. Rax expand. Why? Because if you're going up against a siege rush, the bunker that you're gonna make has to be pretty close to your command center. You can't make it all the way out in the front, which really limits your ability to defend that rush. So I don't expect we'll see Rax expand from either player. Probably just gonna be factory expand. And one thing we haven't seen is in any of these TVTs, something that's meta these days, which is not to go add-on at all. Just to go Vulture into Goliath right away. And you may be asking yourself why? Because Goliaths, unlike tanks, do fantastically against Vultures and Mines, and they're just way more 1A, 2A, 3A-able. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Goliaths are the counter to Vultures. They're pretty much the only counter there is.
Alright, Rax in the edge of the main. Perfectly standard from both players here. No gas. Well, we're still on 11, but we have an 11 gas from Raynor, so this is going to be something aggressive. Meanwhile, queuing up SCV is not going to see any, so this is going to be a Rax expand from GoKu. And one thing I said, I just mentioned it, it's hard to hold the siege tank rush with Rax expand on this map.
Okay, so let's see if Raynor picks up on that. If he's prepared for the map, and if he recognizes that when he sees a Rax expand, it's time to go into the tank push.
Yeah, and this is 11 gas, not 12, so your factory timing is actually a lot faster, and it usually indicates some kind of aggression.
He's missing his... I feel like you want to build the factory when you have 100 gas, right? That's how you line it up?
Yeah, you don't want to make this extra SCV in the Marine. You're missing your timing here. Now you have a later factory than the 12 gas.
He's got 200 gas and he's not building a factory.
Yeah, this is a 20-second late factory here from Raynor. This is completely
So how important is the factory in TVT?
It's basically the only thing you make units out of for the first 15 minutes in a normal game.
Okay, so yeah, it probably should be on time.
I mean, the factory is 20 seconds late. That's completely unexcusable, especially if you see your opponents going for rack spend. And this is what I'm talking about. Look how limited the bunker area, the buildable area outside your natural is. And just gonna see a command in here from Raynor, so not gonna be able to take advantage of the map. I don't know if he's doing this because his factory was so late and he just wants to go into a standard macro game, or if he was planning to do this all along, but delaying the factory still doesn't make sense.
So PVT, one of the things that obviously you look for is the SCVs coming off gas, because the town is trying to balance their income, to make sure that they hit their CC timings. They don't mine more gas than they need to do their opener. Is that a thing that they should be doing in TVT?
Yeah, if you're gonna go fast expand, you basically just leave one as well.
So would you ever mine extra gas just to go into like 2-port or something like that? That, or maybe siege tanks with fast siege mode, that kind of thing.
Yeah, you're gonna come. Oh, okay, so it's not gonna get in. That's something you do if you're gonna come in. And we're actually gonna go. I think this is gonna be into 1 base drop, but this is extremely vulnerable to any kind of vulture pressure. But we'll see what we have from GoKu here. If he's gonna go into 3-fact vulture, going 1 factory drop completely gets countered. You're not gonna have any vultures to defend if your opponent moves out. So I think that's why he's making this bunker. But this seems like such a weird decision to go for this.
I like Goku's wall a lot. I think that obviously he doesn't have the Vax floating to scout, but with the current vulture meta, just having a complete wall like that looks like it just makes the game a lot easier for you in terms of what you have to worry about.
Yeah, this limits the potential builds, and looks like we do have the 3-factory vulture, and we're facing 1 factory drop. So you're thinking, okay, vulture's gonna drop, but what do you send to defend? Vultures which are extremely speedy units, easily defend the drop, and then what do you have back at home? You have 1 factory. You're gonna get way outproduced here, and
well, vultures will kill SCVs before vultures kill vultures, so he should still get a favorable trade, surely.
The thing is, I worry about the counterattack again, because he also got mines. He didn't get speed. Speed is much more impactful in the early game if you're making vultures in this matchup.
He's seen the 3-factory with his Vax, though. He knows what he's up against. So he's building a second dropship. That's interesting.
Huge commitment here.
Yeah, you'd think that, I mean, after the vultures, you would say, okay, I need to use my gas to get some tanks or something. He's going second dropship Goliath. Interesting.
One thing we mentioned before, Goliath very strong against vultures, so I think the follow-up plan is actually something like an 8th Goliath drop, which would actually be devastating against a player who's going mass dropship.
He's got a good SimCity. Oh, he's got a good wall that's natural too. So one thing that we saw in Raynor's game against NbA is his drops were pretty good. He did a drop and then a follow-up drop on this map. He got a fair amount done with it.
All right, let's see how many SCVs actually go down here. Vulture's actually out of position here. I don't know why he's dropping next to the SCVs and not at the edge of the base. Basically alerting Terran earlier.
The vultures are just counterattacking.
But there's a wall here and a bunker and just 2 Goliaths, although, I mean, there's no units on.
There's 3 dropships on the map.
Okay, but the 4 Goliaths will be more than enough to deal with this amount of vultures.
I feel like 3 dropships might have been overdoing it.
But now the gig is up. He knows he's facing Goliath drop, so he definitely needs to get some tanks out.
Those vultures are just getting value. There's no counter to the vulture. Best unit in the game.
This is still not enough vultures, I don't think, to kill the 2 Goliaths. Now we're dropping at the net. Marines, buying time, not really targeting SCVs. We did end up with an SCV lead. So GoKu had a slight lead, now it's a slight Raynor lead, so he definitely got kills. They're still getting kills, actually. Marine's not doing anything, and Goku's actually focusing on the front here.
Yeah, I think it's a bit unfortunate for GoKu. He could not have been more out of position when the vulture drop happened. His vultures were on the other side of the map, and he just pulled the trigger to attack. Had he pulled them home, he would have taken a bit of damage, but could have recovered. But by attacking with them, he's left himself in this situation.
So we have Goliath on the high ground. There's only 1 tank, 1 Goliath.
Oh, mind drag. Oh, beautiful.
I actually think that backfired really badly for Raynor there. We have 3 mines. They are focusing the Goliath, so they get quickly taken out. And oh, the good thing is he does have scans, so he will be able to break out, but he's making a lot of Goliath now. Like, Goliaths basically have one timing where they're really strong, but then once your opponents start making tanks, you really gotta switch out of them. They're not the best at fighting tanks and other Goliaths, so
So we're not going to see a follow-up Goliath drop. Maybe a 12 Goliath drop.
Well, you know, something that, I mean, it's a gimmicky style of play, but you can go mass dropship and mass Goliaths. And for a while, it's very difficult for your opponent to deal with it because tanks are very immobile and they don't do that well in low numbers against Goliaths. But once you get something like, I don't know, 5-6 tanks and siege mode, they'll defend it pretty easily. Meanwhile, we see GoKu.
We have even workers, but Goku's banking 1k and he's 20 supply behind.
Yeah, he's also not mining his main gas, which is... They just realized it. And his nat gas only has 2, so... How many Goliaths are actually loaded in these dropships? So I think only 6 in 3 dropships. Kill load some more potentially here. Yeah, it looks like he's going to do that. And it's going to be a big drop, but he's given GoKu a lot of time. GoKu already started working on a turret ring, tanks coming back into the main.
Yeah, I feel like if you show the dropships, you should either do the drop immediately or not at all. We're kind of missing the timing here.
Or maybe you just wait for your opponent to leave his main, which GoKu just did. Setting up to take a third, and well, the thing dropships do give you is the ability to counterattack, so your opponent always has to worry about that. And I feel like if Raynor were to switch into mass tanks here, he could get a strong position outside of Goku's main.
Certainly was a quick third CC, and it's going to be difficult for Goku to push.
Yep. Eight Goliaths in these dropships. Well, third base being set up. It's going to be slightly faster than Goku's. Still have a huge supply lead for Raynor, but the tank count is about equal. We are seeing 3 add-ons as well.
Have we seen any actual upgrades out of the armor yet, or are we just making armies for Goliaths? Okay, we're mostly waiting for +1. Oh shit, we only got +1.
But again, +1 is not that impactful. The +2 timing is really what's key here. This command center, it's floating the wrong way. What is that? Is that another command center? So he has one complete.
Interesting.
Well, and this makes sense. You want to get this base as quickly as possible, because if you're defending that base...
Yeah, but I feel like if you have the CC already at the 12 o'clock base, you maybe just land it and then build a new one on site at 9.
But he's also taking... I mean, he's double expanding, basically. But he's really... Like, his third is now super behind Raynor's, even though they roughly finished at the same time.
Yeah, Raynor's macroing pretty well this game. We saw a few issues with his macro against NbA, where he would not have the multitask and end up banking money. But this game, he's on top of it.
Yeah, but this composition is way in favor of Goku. Mostly tanks against tank Goliath. You can see how poorly these Goliaths will do. Just getting absolutely destroyed by the siege.
Where are the dropships? I was expecting like a dropship wave to show up and just drop Goliath all over the tanks, but it never happened.
Dropship inactive there at the natural. He's trying to take this base. Some vultures there being unknown. We have Fire Bat. Okay, Raynor being annoying, but there's only 4 tanks here. He should be able to break this pretty easily. It looks like more tanks on the south side, so he's gonna take some losses here. And again, just too many tanks.
Fire Bat saved the tank. It took 2 tank hits.
We have some units repositioning to the top. It looks like it's just vultures, and this is perfect. This counterattack can potentially do a lot of damage. He has to get up the ramp. 1 tank here.
I think I'd hit it out immediately, but okay, he's going to get out the mine damage. I haven't seen somebody do that with a Fire Bat before, but apparently it takes 2 tank shots to kill a Fire Bat.
Let's think. Fire Bat has how much HP? Yeah, it's 50, and tank does half damage. So even a max out tank will still 2-shot a Fire Bat. Ooh, this is a great position for GoKu. He's caught Raynor moving across the bridge. His tank targeting wasn't great there, so he lost some, but getting control of this bridge is absolutely massive. If we look at the mini-map right now, GoKu is basically stuck behind his bridge and his third. He only has access to leave through this big ramp. So GoKu's position looking stronger now. He still has an army disadvantage, though.
Yeah, floating CC I don't think it's ever going to land. It floated from the main to 12 o'clock, then all the way down to 9 o'clock, and now it's just been chilling there for the last few minutes.
And now we have vultures potentially going to lay mines under it.
I think if I was a command center, I wouldn't bother landing. It's too dangerous down there.
Right, tanks set up outside the bridge. Tanks set up defending this base. It's 4 bases 3. We are working on the science facility. Still no +2 for either player. We actually have 1 armor, which is not that impactful of an upgrade.
How's GoKu doing this? He's been like 20 plus supply down the entire time, and he's somehow taking a stronger position on the map and dealing with Raynor's army.
Vultures and tanks have 2 supply each, and it can be deceptive if you have more vultures but less tanks. Your army is actually weaker even if you have a big army lead.
But GoKu was not mining gas for a long time. It's if one player's down on tanks, it should be GoKu. Was it just all that gas on Goliaths that just ruined Raynor's tank count?
Lots of Goliaths and also 3 dropships, which GoKu hasn't made. He's really just focused on the tanks here. And these are the same dropships from earlier. He still haven't died. He hasn't been utilizing them though. And this is where I'm starting to get concerned about the tank count for Raynor. He's gonna try to break out.
This is so much later than it could have been, though. Now that turrets are coming up and the contain's much stronger, these dropships could have won us some key fights earlier. Now GoKu's on 4 gas. He can afford gas to get starport. He can afford gas to get Goliaths. Raynor has found an exit, though. He's found a way out.
And critically, there's no tanks on this high ground. SCV's doing a fantastic job at buying
What
time.
SCV just holding the line.
Yeah, he just needs to get within range of the ramp and kill the tanks that can actually siege the command center. He doesn't really have to move that far forward. Now vultures buying time, taking the tank fire, and I think he's held successfully. He's gonna lose the majority of his tanks. Oh man, these dropships also both died before unloading any units.
I don't think they were even filled. I think those dropships were just multiple support dropships. But yeah, GoKu's taking a very strong position now. He's upper base, upper gas. His upgrades aren't as good, but
yeah, look at how many Goliaths this is, and GoKu just making pure tank vulture with only a handful of Goliaths. Still only has 1-0. I'm waiting for the player to get the +2 advantage. Looks like Raynor, in the meantime, is gonna break out the other way, and I like this. It gives him some breathing room. It gives him access to the 9 o'clock base.
He's moving towards 9 o'clock though, and there's no vision of the high ground. He can just siege up on the high ground and one-shot all those tanks that were threatening 9. Yeah, he just he moved forwards, and Raynor's tanks couldn't see him. There was no vision. That was a very strong like tank contain on 9 o'clock that just got broken by just having no vision.
Nice mine there, and he's gonna be able to kill this last remaining tank. He can potentially even take bottom left now. He's got to be careful not to lose control entirely of the right side of the map, because then his 12 o'clock base would be very exposed. So I like how he's repositioned some tanks. This is now
6
how you
o'clock
want
is just as exposed. I think there's tanks walking to mines that down there though.
Okay, he scans, so he's gonna take control of this high ground. It's gonna be hard to reinforce. It's pretty far from his natural. But yeah, still 1-1 for Raynor here.
This is very back and forth. It looks like he's going to make a strong move towards 6, and that's going to undermine Raynor's push a lot. Raynor's trying to push towards the mid-right himself, but if there's a threat to 6, he's going to have to turn around.
It looks like only tanks on that high ground. Oh, huge mine, but that actually backfires there. Command Center still not landed because of that one single mine. Lots of tank being killed here. They're just being traded off though. No player gaining a big advantage in terms of tank count. And again, positioning is still slightly in favor of GoKu. And he also has more economy because of that 4th base. Raynor finally, I think, scanned. Gonna be able to kill that one mine and land this command center.
So Raynor had a significant upgrade advantage early. Has he held on to that is the question.
I think we have. Nope, still just 1-1 for both sides. And not getting +2 is Raynor. Raynor could have definitely had that already.
I'm surprised there's been no threat to 6 o'clock. GoKu's had the entire left-hand side of the map opened up for a while now. He's cut the map in half, which is not necessarily ideal, but he can at least create threats to both the top right and 6 o'clock. Okay, here he goes.
Finally gonna do it. This is a lot of tanks, but mostly just vultures from Raynor here. There's only one tank on this high ground at the 3rd. He doesn't even necessarily have to take this angle. Just controlling this high ground is going to make it annoying for Raynor to reinforce, and then he can attack from the other ramp that leads into that 3rd base.
Yeah, it feels like Raynor's losing control of the mid of the map. He's now surrounded on 3 different sides. He's got presence in the middle of the map, but he can't actually move.
But this is a huge vulture counterattack, potentially going to go to 12 o'clock. Oh, but we have a full depot wall and 1 tank, so no amount of vultures is going to be able to break through there.
Is depot the hard counter to vultures?
Yeah, I mean, if you think pylon walls are strong, depot walls are even stronger. They don't take full damage basically ever. They have 500 health. They have base 1 armor. I saw GoKu was actually going into Wraiths, but the thing with Wraiths, at this stage of the game, you don't want to go 1 Wraith. You basically want to mass Wraiths, because going 1 or 2 starport Wraiths is not going to be that impactful. You really want to hit them with a lot at a specific timing. It looks like we have a big move out here from Raynor, but again, it's only 4 tanks. Look how many vultures this is. Ooh, but not in siege mode is GoKu with all his tanks, so I think he could have dealt with that better. Somehow there was 1 Goliath right next to the tanks as well. But this at least gives him some access to the top side of the map now.
That position just outside the bridge, just making it so difficult for Raynor to move his army around.
Again, 6 o'clock is very exposed. At any moment, GoKu can capitalize. He is taking bottom left as well.
So are the Minolonis going to come into play in this game? Because you don't normally see Minolonis taken as a priority in TVT, but in this with map split, where else is he going to take?
Yeah, we don't have a huge... Oh man, catching the SCV transfer as well.
There we go. That was a good volley.
That was a good scan to maximize the damage potential of those tanks. Alright, looks like we have a big move incoming from GoKu here.
Okay, so say you're Raynor in this spot and you have the unfavorable position but even bases. What do you do?
You just gotta slowly creep forward. You gotta find the weakest... Whoa!
You leave.
Immediate GG. Well, I think this is a little bit premature. His position was quite grim though, but he definitely had a chance there to continue playing on, and well, that's GG, and that's a 2-0 victory for GoKu.
So do we think there's any hope for NbA?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about. If he plays like he did against Raynor, there's no shot. Just no shot. But definitely has a chance. I mean, like you said, Gateway Man, pretty strong. If Danny hits a timing, it's hard to hold, but Gateway Man can be strong against 4 and 5 and 6 facts.
NBA's got some good pocket builds too. The problem is, I expect Dandy knows them.
Yeah, you should be well aware. I think against Raynor, he didn't want to reveal anything, so he might have not shown them, man. I think this time around, he will pull it off, try to get the upset. But I think we're going to take a short break. Actually, I don't know. If you guys are ready, we can just jump into the winners match.
I'm ready.
Okay, let's... So yeah, it looks like we are ready. We're just going to go into this match. NbA against Dandy. And you can see very strong Terran versus P, his weakest matchup, but you gotta factor in that a lot of those matches have been against the Wall, Oya, and Bonnet.
Yeah, there aren't many Protoss out there who can reliably beat Dandy. I'd say maybe Boa, but beyond Boa, yes, Dawid and Bonnet.
We'll see. NbA is gonna have his work cut out for him.
As before, any donations cheering for NbA, I will match them. I will be cheering for NbA this game.
I want to see it happen. I want to see it take a game. Looks like we're ready finally, and it's going to be on Longinus. Game number 1 between Dandy and NbA. In the spawn, we have in the color blue, Dandy.
And in the 3 o'clock spawn, in the red, we have NbA. So, Longinus, are we going to see a 10-15 gate?
Yeah, definitely something that was very popular back in the day on this map.
Yeah, it was near unstoppable on the Icy Cup days when this was map of the week.
And what's your preferred follow-up? Just go straight into DTs?
I don't know. I mean, the game never got that far for me. You go 10-15 gate on Longinus. That's the game. It's if you build the Dragoons and for somehow the Terran is holding, you do a Bulldog follow-up. You have all these extra Dragoons, you need to do something with them. You have 2 gateways. Yeah, just do a Bulldog.
Well, Danny should be well aware of that strategy, and looks like, yeah, we're going to have a gateway. No Nexus first here.
In 119 gate, I haven't seen like even a 115 gate all day. It's a little bit surprising.
Gas goes down for NbA. Dandy, is he gonna go Rax expand? No, okay, looks like the SUV is maneuvering to take that gas. NbA gonna get the first scout, and well, if you're not gonna go 10-15 gate, what other options do you have? I think Core Zealot is good as well. Rampless map, you can force Terran to make an extra Marine in the bunker before the command center. Just be annoying.
My go-to these days is just the 20 Nexus, and I think the 20 Nexus is just generally strong. It's just 1 Dragoon Nexus, no range. There's not really that much Terran can do about it. And I think the beauty of a map like Longinus is if the Terran is doing any of the things that actually counter that, you can see them. Like the probe will always get in. There's nothing Terran can do to deny scouting information. So if the Terran goes for a early vax or pumping non-stop Marines, you will know about it.
Alright, and what do we see from Danny? Just the factory, standard timing. SimCity with the barracks and command center. And it looks like this is going to be Core Zealot, but we're getting Dragoon range. And I'm still not a fan of this. It's like we've seen Protoss just go Nexus before Dragoon range, even Robo before Dragoon range a lot.
Yeah, I mean, this was the classic build like 2 years ago, just the 20 Phoenix, and there's nothing wrong with the 20 Phoenix, but at the same time, it's just fallen out of favor. Terrans are good at dealing with it.
Let's see what the micro is. Dandy has fantastic marine control, good probe control. Allowed him to get several hits on these marines. It's like one marine. Nope, not gonna go down. All of them.
On the minimap, there's a Dragoon coming, so if he gets these marines low, he can just the Dragoon's just going to show up and one-shot them. There's no bunker.
Well,
During this time, Dandy's been too busy microing. He's missed the bunker timing, and the Dragoon's just going to clean up.
Yeah, and he didn't make a vulture critically. That's something you can do to deal with this Dragoon is just make that vulture right away, and the vulture will eat the Dragoon shields, and the marines will deal with health. So forcing out extra marines, which is very nice.
Yeah, I mean, this is working really well for NbA.
I think Dandy is actually looking. Oh, it looks like we have a Go NbA tip from Mars, $50.
Okay. I'll see if we get any others this game, but at the end of the game, I will match all of the NbA cheers. Mars, we appreciate it. Thank you.
The Dragoon control so far very good. There's going to be a tank here, and I think Dandy is going to go into an FD following this up. He keeps making marines. He hasn't made that bunker. If I were NbA, I would.
He got an SCV, nice. Okay, he could overstep it here.
Yeah, I would go 2-gate. I wouldn't even take a Nexus here. He is taking that Nexus, of course, but just 2-gate, no robo, second gate.
You don't want to build your robo there on this map. He can see that.
You gotta know a strong FD is coming. I think NbA is underestimated the push potential because of the damage he's done early.
Yeah, the damage he's done is forcing extra marines, and it's killing some SCVs, but he's lost, he's taken a lot of damage to Dragoons, he's lost a Zealot. His army is not as big as it otherwise would be. He's adding another gate now. He is going to have that high ground to use in the middle of the map. There's a 4th Dragoon showing up as well. Maybe he can get something done here. Yeah, and Dandy's giving a bit of respect. He doesn't want to blindly walk up a ramp.
A little bit tentative there from Dandy, which makes sense. But so far, so good for NbA. He just has to buy time. I would make a shield battery, but there's no pylon at the natural. You know, Dandy is committing heavily into this push. It's really delaying his command center. You can see it's going to be a near 6-minute command center.
Yeah, I mean, NbA is in as good a spot as he could be in, I think, here. He's put Dandy in a position where Dandy has to get something done. He's got 3 gateways behind this. One of the lower health Dragoons is forward, which is a little bit worrying, but I mean, NbA's, if he gets that tank too, that's huge.
This is the opportunity to snipe a tank, but it's 1 hit away. Then he has to be very careful here.
It's the leading tank too. There we go. Yeah. He gets it.
Gets that tank. There's not a lot of mines here. Only 1. There's no way Dandy is going to commit here. You just keep switching forward. Basically, when the FD loses its punching power, you just retreat. You don't really want to risk losing any more tanks. It's like NbA's trying to do the micro. Okay, that's...
He gets it. NbA's micro is better than you'd think it would be. Like, South American players aren't normally known for their micro, but NbA's there. I don't know about the shuttle before Observer, though. I would be rushing the Observer ASAP this position.
I think he wants to go for a Bulldog following this up.
Oh, that's why you get the Observer. Oh, those poor Dragoons.
Very low Dragoons here. I mean, he's under no risk. If Dandy goes siege mode here, it's only 1 tank. It's not a big threat.
So he's been on double Nexus for a long time. He's not building probes, which is surprising because this is NbA. It's probe man. Like what? He's fallen behind on workers, and he's had 2 Nexus for longer than Dandy's. Like he's just going super all in here. This is going to be like the Bulldog to end of Bulldogs.
Well, there are the Zealots. Dandy finally retreating with his tank.
Okay, I mean, this NbA could win off this. This is Bulldog is a very dangerous opener. 3-fac will not hold a 5-gate committed Bulldog.
And the other thing you gotta consider is Dandy lost the tank early. His second add-on is just finishing now. His command center is very late, so he doesn't have.
Has he showed the shuttle though? No.
He sees a lot of Dragoons. He has some vultures in position here. Okay, NbA.
Yeah, Dandy always has vultures for the counterattack.
NbA respecting the potential there.
He's down 6 workers, but he can rally 5 gateways. If this breaks through, it's going to the attack's not going to stop. It's just going to be an onslaught. And it's 3 tanks in siege mode. NbA is going to get this.
Yeah, the shuttle should be able to unload all the zealots on those 3 tanks.
And look at that valley coming behind it. He's got to pull the trigger though. He cut his probes. This is not the time for a Nexus, NbA. You went cut probes. You went 5 gate. Pull the trigger. Where are the dragoons? Pull the trigger, man. Go. Go. Please go. Oh, what's going on in this game?
He missed the timing. Now the SCVs are able to block. There's still only 2 tanks. Looks like he's going to be able to break through. Oh, man, but he's not able to reinforce because he's dealing with the 1 Vulture at his natural. He can still clean up these 2 tanks. Well,
that mine hit from earlier is going to cause them trouble, though, because all these Dragoons are so low. Oh, if NbA loses this, it's going to be heartbreaking. He's going to watch the replay and know he had this.
And he's down to 1 tank. This can be taken out, though. Dragoons have to be careful with the SCVs. These Dragoons are very low.
There's no tanks, and it's 5 gateways rallied against 3 factories. If the Dragoons keep on coming, and they actually run past the racks.
Yeah, but now we have 2 tanks.
Ah, shit, that's an observer rally coming in.
We have the repair on the tank.
Oh, this is heartbreaking for NbA. He knows he had this. He's down 7 workers now. He's got no tech at all.
Yeah, maybe if one of these shuttles, observers, was actually a second shuttle, there would be a potential for another Bulldog right away, but by the time he gets a second shuttle now, it's just too little too late. I think Danny has stabilized here.
Yeah, you gotta go while these zealots are tanking the tanks. You cannot wait. Like you clear the mines, you run your Dragoons in, you just like move command straight past everything as the tanks are shooting the zealots. We've got a Vulture run by at the natural, so he's just going to get further and further behind on probes. He's all in at this point, and Daddy knows what's going on. Build like a Bulldog, you get 1 shot. But if you don't bust on the first attempt, then the Terran is just going to be very defensive with his SCVs.
Or turret now, probably going to get some mines in front of this tank. I feel NbA still has 1 shot. But Danny really has to just mess up for this to work.
He's down 11 workers. Danny's adding the factories. This is such a frustrating loss though, because NbA had it.
I think this may be it. Danny is actually moving forward. He's not in siege mode. It's like not all of the zealots unload, unfortunately, but there's nothing to buffer for these tanks. Man, the SCV.
I mean, there's SCVs. There's always SCVs.
Yeah, for a moment it looked like there was a moment of vulnerability, but then all of a sudden the SCVs come. I mean, he could get some damage here. If
stayed alive, then he could have just pushed the tanks back further. But once the shuttle died, there's no way of getting on top of the tanks.
She's gonna retreat. This is smart, saving the majority.
He's even up the worker count though. He was behind like 10 workers from that Vulture Ras, but now the worker count is even.
Can he get 1 tank? No, Danny on top of the repair. Actually, he does get another tank, so these Dragoons end up being worth. But now Danny's on equal production. 5 factories versus 5
Here come the leg zealots.
We have speed zealots. One way Danny could lose this if he trades his Vulture for probes and then he doesn't have anything to protect his tanks. We do have 3 mines at the front though, and no shuttle critically.
Yeah, this is tense.
This just might be too late though. The production for Dandy is kicking in here.
Yeah, now he's added the extra factories that can be pumping Vultures.
Which the quick on siege once the goons are dealt with, and yeah, the zealot's just bleeding.
One thing you see with Dandy is that his tanks don't shoot each other. If you do a tank, so if you do a Dragoon speed dot attack, he will just shift click all the way for your Dragoons. He'll do it very quickly, and then he'll resume doing everything else. But his tanks will just kill all your Dragoons. They will ignore the speed lots entirely. With the failure of that attack, I think that NbA is kind of out of options here. He's got no real tech to speak of. Yeah, he's leaving. Okay, so that was what, $60? 50 from Mars, 10 from somebody else?
Yep. Yeah, the last one was actually a Dandy.
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
Okay, so $50 from Mars, huge donation. Thanks, Mars, supporting his fellow clanmate. And Quark did commit to matching any tip during the game, so. NbA definitely had a chance there. It was very close.
I mean, he had the timing. He went in with the shuttle. The Dragoons just weren't there following. It was a heartbreaker. And that's what it's like to play Dandy. Is you're always right on the edge of beating Dandy, but right on the edge of beating Dandy doesn't actually beat Dandy.
And Dandy is one to just hold on for dear life and come out ahead. So I'll set us up for game number 2. NbA definitely could have pulled it out there, but I think Dandy's going to play a little bit more cautiously there in game number 2. He was really sweating there. As a Terran, when you're in that position, you're going up against a Bulldog. You just barely hold most of the time, or you die outright. It's a very difficult build to hold. So good strategy by NbA, like you said. He has some builds.
Yeah, the Bulldog on Longinus is a classic. And it's a classic for a reason. It just works. The micro at the start by NbA was very good. Like Dandy made like 12 Marines, and his push only had like 5 Marines with it. He just kept bleeding off Marines to the Zealot and the Dragoons. By the time the tank push showed up, there were 5 Dragoons, and he picked up a tank with them. Had he gone Observer before Shuttle, I feel like he would have taken that giant mine hit.
Yeah,
and that giant mine hit.
3 very badly bruised Dragoons after that. Even lost 1. It looks like we're ready for game number 2. It's going to be on Overwatch. In the top left corner, in the color blue, we have Dandy.
And in the bottom right, in the red, we have NbA, and we see a probe leaving immediately. This is not going to be a gas deal. This could be a gateway into gas deal, but it's definitely going to be a proxy gate. I feel like the BSL where this was played a lot, was it BSL 12? We saw like a lot of these open as PvT.
I think it was BS. Oh, it's actually.
Is this buildable?
No, he's gonna have to go to a 3rd.
I think 9 o'clock is the more usual place to put them, but maybe he knows that 9 o'clock is the more usual place, and that's why he's doing it here.
Both are pretty viable, even the main as well. But the main is obviously much more easily scouted.
It'd be really dirty to do like gateways in someone's main PvT.
Have you never played Heartbreak Ridge before?
I was thinking of a certain game against Miho on Monopoly.
Also that. Also an Outsider, that was a... I don't know if you... I guess you weren't around then, but Bonif did it against Scan on Outsider. He just scanned, or not scanned, he scouted the minerals, and if he didn't see they were mined, you could actually be outside of range doing so. He wouldn't do it, but if he saw they were mined, he would just proxy 2-gate in that base, and it really surprised Scan.
Yeah. Pretty high skill build.
So probe coming in from the normal angle, he actually looped all around. It's gonna come at a timing where you don't suspect it's actually a proxy gate.
Yeah, that's a good thing to do against a player as good as Dandy. You can't just send your worker straight from the proxy location into their base because they know what it is.
He's actually doing a lot of damage to this one SCV that was building your rack. Slowed it down a few seconds.
Yeah, NbA can micro.
I think this is going to be Zealot, Core Zealot, could be even 3 Zealots. We'll see. First Zealot's already on the way. Second Zealot's on the way, so it's going to be Zealot, Zealot, Core Zealot. Very aggressive. He's got to slow down the factory timing, though. When you do this, you got to slow down the factory timing. And this Zealot's going to get here super fast. So only 1 Marine, not a second one in production.
Oh, Dandy killing the probe immediately before the fight starts. That's kind of huge. Because that probe just is so annoying if it's still alive.
Ooh. It's not going
Dandy's SCV control is so good. Just...
Yeah. And this factory is about 60% done, and second Zealot's gonna come in, which will give him an opportunity to attack, but the factory hasn't been slowed down at all.
Yeah, and Zealot Goon is the Vulture will get out in time to make the Zealots worthless. Did that Zealot get half an attack on the Marine? It did. That's something you don't see every day, when it only hits with one of the claws. Dandy's skipping the Vulture, going straight into tank. That is, I think, questionable in this spot against triple Zealot Dragoon.
Yeah, because now he's going to have to keep microing these SCVs, and the Goon is almost here.
And the micro with these Marines is fantastic. This is really, really good.
Somehow dancing around the Zealot for a really long time. NbA is going to need a second gateway, though, in his main.
There are 2 SCVs in NbA's base, which is very unusual, and one of them has a kill, I think.
Well, this might have been a rally, like a messed up rally from Dandy here, and the Dragoon is here, but the tank should be out soon, and you can't lose this Dragoon. This is why I always fear when Protoss players do this and they lose the Dragoon, the game just ends. This SCV might even block it. Okay, just barely. I mean, that was very close.
So yeah, this is actually paid off for NbA. I think he's got very good information about what Dandy's doing. He's obviously got a gate on the wrong side of the map, which is not ideal. But you look at this and think, well, how's Dandy going to take his natural?
Epic fight here. Probe dies to the SCV, but revenge from the ally probe, and now we have the 1 tank, 2 Marine pushing out 2 Dragoons. You have a 3rd Dragoon coming. Dandy's gonna go into a strong FD again, which is a very good response at what NbA is doing, but NbA is not gonna expand. This is something I would have liked to have seen in the first game. I don't think Dandy is gonna commit to killing the gateway. Like, you really want to get across the map when you're doing a build like this. Maybe just lay mines in front of the gateway so that units can't be made out of it.
NbA is playing very cautiously, and I don't know that he needs to here. He's got what 4 Dragoons total against 2 tanks, 4 Marines. He's got range with them.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that the Dragoons are split is worrisome.
Yeah, if he attacks with these 2 Dragoons at 12 o'clock right now and holds his high ground, I feel like that would be a very strong play. Because there's no defense back home for Dandy.
Oh,
you just need to hold the high ground with these, though. Oh,
these are very low.
That's not what he needed. Yeah, the split Dragoons is hurting him a lot now. It could have paid off very well, but instead instead of getting the counter attack and holding the high ground with the Dragoons he had, he's running his counter attack Dragoons into mines.
So he had the right amount of units and the right build, like 2 gate, and you're getting an observer, but just the positioning of the units was wrong, and the game ends pretty quickly. I mean, the FD build is very strong if you don't respond accordingly.
Yeah, NbA's build felt a little bit indecisive. He sent the probe to the natural, and then he went gateway robo. I feel like maybe if he'd added the second gateway in his main slightly faster, he would have been able to hold that timing, but Dandy going through the group in first is not going to surprise anyone. I think we all knew that was the most likely result.
Yeah, for sure. And well, I mean, NbA and GoKu have also advanced. Now it's going to be the last match to determine who goes into the winners bracket of the round of 12 and who goes into the losers bracket. So very impactful match. And well, I don't know about you guys. Do you just want to jump into that, or do you want to take a break?
I want to keep going. It's 9 o'clock. I don't want to be doing this all night because I'm leaving my wife with the baby, so she'll get mad at me if I spend the entire night casting BroodWar.
No worries.
Okay, so we're just gonna jump right into the final match, a best of 3 between GoKu and NbA. And this should be close. This should definitely be close. I know you have you have a lot of respect for NbA, but you also just recently lost to GoKu, so
I lost to NbA even more recently than I lost to GoKu. Like these players, they're strong. I mean, NbA, his ladder score I think was like 2300 something. GoKu, it was S as well. Yeah, NbA 2318.
Yep, and GoKu, I think, at the edge of S, just above it. So pretty.
He's definitely been S.
Yeah, for sure. I'm excited. This is gonna be closer, I think, than Raynor. I think GoKu's gonna have better builds here. The first map is actually gonna be Gladiator, so we'll just jump right into that. Corner, we have NbA in the color red.
And in the bottom right, we have GoKu in the blue, and Gladiator is a reverse ramp map, which means the 10-15 gate that you know from Longinus, or the opening we saw NbA use last time, the Zealot Dragoon Fessure. Very strong on this map. Do you think we might see a wall-in at the natural from GoKu, or maybe a wall-in at the base of the ramp?
I don't think so. It's extremely risky on this map because wall-ins are actually pretty bad against 10-15 gate. You can't get a bunker outside, so you have to repair depots, which are all of a sudden your SCVs are exposed. Looks like we're gonna have a forward gate from NbA, which is also very good. In PvP, I want to just mention this: 10-15 gate is almost impossible to stop, no matter what you open with. If you open with 10-12, you're basically dead. If you go Nexus first, you're dead. And if you go standard 1 gate, your opponent is guaranteed to have high ground control. It's a very, very difficult build to stop.
The reason I mentioned the wall is because, in my experience, one of the things that actually works decently well against 10-15 is just rushing a siege tech and siege mode while you do a quick, or while you repair the wall with SCVs. You don't even make marines, you just go straight into the quickest siege mode you can.
I would be very concerned, though, that you can't actually protect your SCVs. You'd have to have very good control to pull back anyone that we're targeting, and you just constantly have to shuffle SCVs. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I feel like Terran will take a lot of damage to their worker count. They will hold.
So NbA is going to find that GoKu's cross map, and that's not what he was looking for this game. He's not going to like that because GoKu's going for just a Vax expand, and we'll just be able to build a forward bunker. So NbA is unlikely to get much done with this opener, unfortunately.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to make the command center. Okay, we are going to see a gas steal this time. I hope from NbA. He
Say that. I mean, yeah, we wanted it on Sylphid. We were crying for it on Sylphid, but it didn't happen. This time, maybe? Does the NbA not know that when you go for Zealot Goon openers, the gas deal's pretty good? I'm going to message him on Discord and let him know.
Yeah, but Raynor's SCV in the middle of the map, he misread the scouting from Protoss, and this is going to backfire big time. He's not going to see his Zealot until it actually arrives at his natural, and he's only going to have 1 SCV and 2 Marines to deal with this.
We saw the Dandy immediately killed the probe, and that made the hold quite a lot easier, but GoKu, he's going for the probe, but he's not getting it as easily as Dandy did.
Okay, he's kept all the Marines alive, and the bunker is allowed to complete, but now the Zealot's going to just waltz right into the main.
I think the second Zealot might just cruise on past too.
It's only going to be 2 Marines in that bunker. The DPS is pretty low. Getting any Marine here before the second Zealot. Oh, he gets it with the probe. Absolutely massive.
Yeah, that hero probe. It makes a big difference to have the probe.
Okay, so these Zealots are pretty bruised up, but the 3 Marines in the bunker are all in the deep red. So 1 hit away, I think, from getting killed. So 7 SCVs have been pulled to help this 1 Marine. NbA just has to not engage. Just run around, have Terran waste mining time. You gotta be careful. Okay, he gets behind the Sim City. And all of this is slowing down GoKu's factory time. You can see he only has 1 on gas. Okay, he just put 2 and a second and a third. Oh, Zella indecisive there, and it kind of backfires.
So are we seeing NbA go range again, the way we did the last time he did, or the time he did it on Sylphid? Because if so, I'm not a huge fan of it.
I think he does have range on the way. It's very far away, of course, when you go Zealot for Zealot, but the factory was delayed quite significantly.
I feel like in this situation, you know the Terran's not doing anything for a long time, but building workers. Just skip the range, go either double Nexus or you go for a super quick Robo.
What does this Marine move out? It's going to fight the Dragoon when most of these Marines are pretty close to being dead. I guess it does allow the SCV to get out. And again, you're chasing this SCV, you're not going to be hitting this bunker, so Rayn's going to be completely useless. He is going to take a third again.
Yeah, we're seeing range triple Nexus. Robo is going to be very late. One thing that we haven't seen from NbA really is any kind of observer scouting in any of his games. He doesn't put observers inside his enemy's bases. He'll have observers for mines, he'll have them maybe outside the enemy base, but not once have I seen him actually put an observer inside the enemy's base to like count their factories to look at the starport timing.
3 Dragoons with range. That Marine somehow... Okay, it is going to go and die. 4th Dragoon is about to show up here, and I think the tank is only about halfway done.
Yeah, we saw that the first game, first PvT NbA played, he got a free tank kill with his first Dragoons. Second one, he had a traitor Zealot just get one of his Dragoons killed, going for the tank kill. So it's gone well for him and it's gone badly for him in different games at this point.
He gets an SCV repairing. I actually think this is pretty hard now for Raynor because he's only making 1 tank. For some reason, he's getting a Vulture from his second factory. One of those SCVs is actually exposed to Dragoon fire. Now we have 5 versus 4 repairing. The first tank is out, but again, it's going to be very difficult to fight with this.
What if he lifts the Vax and uses the Vax to hide the tank?
That can definitely work. Of course, it takes a lot of control to do that and not mess up. We do have siege mode though, so that's why he wasn't in a hurry. Looks like he actually got siege mode before starting the tank. Now we have double Vulture upgrades, and we don't have a pylon wall at this third. It's only 1 tank, so...
That shuttle is a very interesting choice. I would always get observer before shuttle in this spot. You want to make sure that you see what they're doing. You want to make sure that you have something for mines. But shuttle is a very aggressive play, and yeah, I mean this happens. The vultures just get out, and now you have to Sim City everywhere. But I mean, let's see what NbA want to do though. If there's a support bay behind this, I could see it being a good choice. Oh, that's not meant to happen though. That is way more damage than should be happening.
Yeah, just 1 pylon shuts this down.
Oh, yeah, and now he's lost to the time middle line there.
Yeah, now does he just commit for the all-in?
He's got a shuttle, he might as well. But I mean, this is why you wanted the observer. So this can't happen.
Yeah, he already has a late robo, so not going observer, going shuttle first is extremely all in, and now he's making a lot of zealots, not just 3, he's going up to 6.
I don't think this should work. I mean, GoKu at this point knows that his vultures have done so much damage that he's really far ahead. He just needs to not die. And we're seeing he's going for, yeah, eBay will tank, siege, factories. If you do some vulture harass and it goes like this, then at that point the game plan is just to provide that vulture harass to victory.
That being said,
traitor probe.
NbA is not in an awful position here. It's actually fine.
Is he? I mean, he's got no tech. He's got no map presence really. He's relying on GoKu unseating the tanks and walking them into the Dragoons and the shuttle.
Oh, you gotta pay attention though. Was this a Dragoon there for free? I actually don't think Raynor should attack here. I think he should play defensively.
Yeah, I agree.
Maybe
It's
expand.
NbA's chance here is just for a mistake from GoKu. He needs GoKu to move the tanks into the Dragoon shuttle. If the tanks stay home and they stay safe, then NbA is stuck with a much weaker economy than he should have and no tech.
This is why I don't think NbA's position is actually terrible. It's only 3 tanks. I think 4th and 5th are on the way right now. This could be a mind drag potentially on one of the tanks. And now we can pounce on the remaining tanks. Have it on siege. It's gonna allow the Dragoons to get really up close. If you look at the work count, even though he lost like 10 probes, he's still up in workers.
Yeah, and this is what NbA needed for sure. It's I didn't like NbA's position because it relied on GoKu making mistakes, but GoKu made the mistake, so...
Yeah, and I don't think he realized the bunker at the natural is empty. Those are another 2 free tanks there.
Yeah, instead of getting the tanks for free, he gave away all his Dragoons, unfortunately. But that's going to make GoKu a little bit nervous, I think. That he tried to move out and he immediately lost his tanks.
I mean, have a final wall at this base. I mean, NbA could definitely just expand here. I wonder what his gateway count looks like. He has a big block in his main.
Yeah, there's one at his natural as well.
Of course, we do have 5 factory from Terran, but again, most of them were killed, or most of the tanks were killed just now.
We have the shuttle still alive as well. And nothing in it, unfortunately.
But somehow, after, I mean, the disastrous moment when those vultures got in the 3rd, NbA has been able to recover nicely.
He's good at making workers. There's nobody could argue that. He's also good at not making workers when he doesn't want to, is the other thing. Is if you play PvP against NbA, you're going to run into either like 70 probes or 40 probes, and you're going to die either way. It will never be 50 probes.
He's retreating now. Let's see how either player is setting up for the late game. Looks like we have Citadel Forge. Terran just taking the 3rd. We have a very late armory, but at least we have +1.
I like him taking the main at top right. That's another main is a good base to take at this point. The Merolonies in the middle of the map, they're completely worthless. The vultures are going to harass them all day long. The base at like mid left on the high ground is the other high ground he could take, but that's it's a very out of the way base. It's very difficult to hold like 12 o'clock and mid left. I think the main base at top right is the way to go.
Yeah, getting another gateway farm setup is huge. Lots of Dragoons and Zalt's just gateway man again. No tech. Just okay, we do have the Star yet. That was just gonna be archives. Our Arbor is gonna be pretty late, but we should have High Templars to supplement any attack.
So what do we think the probe count's going to hit? We've had we haven't had 100 yet, but we've been in the 90s several times.
It's been 93 and 92 peak. We're already at 70.
There is potential.
There's potential here. We are supply blocked though. I think that's the only reason why the probe count isn't going up.
I think that this is a game we're going to see 100.
One thing you gotta remember is this 3rd base from Terran is actually pretty garbage. It's only 6 patches. They're all reduced. So Terran will mine that out pretty quickly. So Raynor might want to set up a 4th base before committing to any kind of attack.
Careful, Dragoons. Careful. He's got observer speed though. I like observer speed against people who play a very mine heavy, vulture heavy game.
I like it just in general in all the matchups, to be honest. And there's the 4th from Raynor, so I like how he's playing this. In no rush to attack. Building up the tank count, doing damage with the vultures as he can. Trying to slow down NbA, not let him take bases all over the map. And looks like NbA is going to take the mineral only but that gets no, it doesn't get shut down. Whoa, this is a super late start for considering +1 has been done for like 3 minutes.
Yeah, GoKu did this against me too. So you get the observer in his base, you see that he's gone for like 5-pack, no starport, quick +1. You're like, shit, this is going to be like a free base, like 8-pack, 1-1 timing, or like a free base like 10-pack. And then he doesn't actually pull the trigger. So you build all these units. You don't go into your carries. You go for like Storm and Shuttles because you know he's coming because he's not getting upgrades. And then he just doesn't attack. So it really throws you off if you're trying to play out like a hard counter style. Because he signals one thing, and then if you counter it, he just doesn't pull the trigger.
Oh, and here we go. Gateway is getting set up in the other main. We are taking a lot of bases as NbA here. GoKu, in the meantime, has a fourth, just about to saturate it. But if you look at how much gas he has, this should never happen. He has 2 add-ons, but his armies have been really late. His starport is really late, so he just can't spend all the gas he's mining. And this is a Terran. It's only been on 2 gas this entire time. This is, I think, 7th Nexus for NbA.
He's no more probes though. He's done 80 probes and he's maxed out, which is probably actually a good thing for him that he can't make more. Question is, how's he going to deny bottom left from GoKu if the map turns into a map split scenario?
Well, he's retreating there. I actually think he had a good opportunity to attack. The tanks were very spread apart.
And there's quite a narrow funnel there. I'm looking at that choke and thinking you don't really want to move your Dragoons through there. Dragoons are way too stupid. But now GoKu's going to take the high ground over here.
And I don't think we have a Storm. We are getting a good engagement with the cloak, though. Tanks on the low ground, some zealots on top of them. Do we have Storm here? It's like even without Storm, okay, just now getting the Storms in. We actually clean this up very cost effectively. The key there was getting on top of the army with the Arbiter. I don't think GoKu scouted the Arbiter. Got really caught off guard there. And so we have several gateways at the top right base as well.
Yeah, I mean, NBA's gateway man. This is him just in his element. He's going to be able to just take bases, build probes, and build gateway units.
Archon getting a kill there.
One issue he's going to have is he's on a single starport, so a single stargate. I think that if you have this many bases, this many gas, and like your endgame strategy is Arbiter, you want to be building like 2 or 3 stargates. Just because there are very few situations where you wish you had fewer Arbiters. The Arbiter costs 4 supply. You just need to get 2 tanks in a single stasis to knock out 4 supply of Terran.
Right, I mean, GoKu is being very aggressive here despite losing all his army in that big push. That's a massive stasis, gets 4 tanks. And I mean, Gateway has, NbA has something like 16 gateways and he's adding more. So there's just no potential for GoKu to get anything done. I like these cannons on the high ground. Very hard to do anything. These bases, he's not even mining that mineral only. Basically doesn't need it. He has so much economy. We have probes being queued up at that 3rd base. We're at 86. We're getting close.
We also have triple forge, which I mean, he's got so much money, he doesn't know what to do with it.
88, and we're clearing up some more supply.
This is how you want to play against NbA though. Every time you kill any of his units, he replaces them with probes. So you don't let him max out. Every time he maxes out, you just start a small engagement. Just, you know, get him down from like 100 or 200, 200 to down to like 180, and he'll remax probes. You do it again and again until eventually he has nothing but probes.
And remember, we are at 80, we're at 91.
Do you think we might see a recall from NbA this game?
Yeah,
I remember the Celtic game. Recall would have won it any time.
If we do see a recall, I hope it doesn't win the game, but it does clear up supply. Look, we have 3 queued up, we have another queued up. This will be 97. Just have to see another fight. We're very close. You just gotta bleed off a couple units. Can't end the game. Yeah, that's a Dragoon. We're at 93.
None of the Terrans that he's played so far have done any kind of recall defense either. They know NbA doesn't recall.
Oh, we might lose a probe here though. This is catastrophic. for NbA. Oh, just manages to escape hero probe here. 94.
That one shield and one armor kept it alive. People don't think the shield upgrades for probes are that significant, but I mean, you can see now we're up to 95 probes. That's because of the shield upgrade.
And what is this? Carrier switch. Okay, so I like this. This is something we haven't seen. But when you have this many bases and you're this far ahead,
you start. I'd like it if he started the +1 early. He could be already like halfway towards his +2 because if you're behind on the attack upgrade, you can't go carriers.
Oh man, we've lost a probe. Okay, we're getting a good engagement here. The tanks are in a good position on this.
There's no supply. He only has like one control group of dragoons because everything else is probes. Think about it. How's he going to do a carrier switch? He's going to have 100 probes. He's going to queue up a bunch of units as carriers. He'll have like 5 dragoons as his entire ground army.
Yeah, as we're doing the carrier switch, we're eating up a lot of supply though, so I haven't seen a probe made in a while. We lost that one probe, went from 95 to 94. We're at a new high from NbA though.
I'd like to see him make an attempt to take bottom left, just to cover it with cannons and gateways and maybe build some high Templar there, just to be annoying. Because denying bottom left is his win condition. If he could deny bottom left, then GoKu can't win.
Yeah, even if GoKu gets mid right, just not enough bases on the map for him. We have 2 idle probes here.
I suspect we have a lot of idle probes in the main and that.
And we have a probe transfer, which is not what we want to see. We just want to see the probes being queued up. Oh man, looks like he stopped. He lost another probe here. It might not happen this game for our guy. We were close.
I'm worried that he's going to unhotkeyed his Nexuses.
Okay, Terran's on 2-2. Nice upgrades. NbA not really looking to commit to an engagement, I don't think. Maybe wants to trade army to clear up for carriers. Definitely wants to shut down any new base attempts from GoKu. The tanks are
still
really
no mind
well
for the
spread
recall.
out.
He could have recalled at any time, and he should have. And if you want to get rid of some suppliers of Protoss, you recall their main. Does he not have the recall, maybe? Because there's nothing inside Terran's main. This is a very long distance from where the Terran's army is to where the Terran's factories are. You have to go all the way down to like the middle, then down the middle, then back to the right.
Double cybernetics core, or recall this new base and just kill the command center. It doesn't matter if you lose a unit, you have this huge bank. Except we're storming from the high ground. This could be a good cost-efficient trade here if we get enough storms off. Looks like we're retreating though.
This is the entire army. It's just not very big. I think NbA is probably like looking at this, going like, "Wait a second, where is my army? What's going on?"
Where are the carriers? Okay, well, it's only 3, and the upgrades aren't great. Terran already has 2-2. Doesn't have that many Goliaths though.
I'm really confused by NbA's choice of upgrades. He's got a triple forge for the shield upgrade, but he doesn't have arbiter energy. He went triple forge before he went +1 air attack.
We're actually losing probes, which is good for NbA here.
Yeah, these probes are really, really hurting him.
Yeah, we have carriers.
We're gonna be killing a lot of these tanks for free. GoKu should be massing Goliaths here.
I'm still worried that NbA hasn't been able to establish mid left or bottom left.
Okay, we have a nice gateway army. We could potentially hit 6 o'clock. But GoKu not unsieging these tanks, he's gonna give them up. I mean, the Goliath stream is just too little. Looks like he finally does unsiege. This is a lot of carries. He can take out this new base pretty easily.
Minus 20% damage against the Terran armor though, because he didn't start his attack upgrade for ages.
but this is a very hard base for Terran to defend. And NbA still has this huge bank here. The live count is growing though, but we're up to 7 carriers here.
Down to 82 probes. He's not building them. He's teasing us, I think. I think he went to like 95 deliberately, and then was like, okay, yeah, that will do.
And +2 is still far away. Terran's already on 3-2. 3-3 might be about to complete. He's gonna catch the Goliath with his gateway army though, and if you can cut off the Goliath rally, looks like he's retreating. I don't know why he wants to kill these Goliaths before they combine with the tank army.
4 Dragoons. Down to 81 probes.
I've asked this question before. Do you know, Quark, does an unupgraded Dragoon beat a 3-3 Goliath?
It must, surely. Like, Goliath armor does nothing to... It takes it down from like 19 to 16, which is not material.
Alright, we're moving in with some of these tanks. We have an Arbiter, so this is going to be huge. It's going to be able to stasis a lot of these Goliaths. And well, there's still a lot of leftover Goliaths here. But we are finally attacking with the ground army, and there aren't that many tanks on the high ground. So this is a lot of Dragoons. You should be able to clean this up easily. Nice snipe on the High Templar GoKu.
Yeah, with almost 10k, 6k though.
Yeah, killing this base and all these probes is actually gonna help out NbA in the long run. The one thing he hasn't done is taken bottom left, like you said, but he has a huge army advantage now.
Yeah, it's GoKu was only mining on one base for quite a while. The middle only, as you mentioned, it's kind of worthless. It mined up very quickly. That's just one of his carrier fleets, right? He's got 2 of them. He's got some more carriers in the... okay, never mind, that's just one carrier by itself.
So he was up to 8, but I think he's switched back into ground army, which is pretty good. His upgrades just weren't there for the carriers quite yet.
Finally, with another push on the other side of the map. Just Goliaths. Yeah, switching back and forwards from carrier to ground army like this is very difficult for the Terrans to deal with. This is a strong way of playing.
This is the Protoss equivalent of going Hydralist Muta in ZBT against mech, but carriers can be way more cost efficient than Mutas ever could be, and now he's abusing the terrain, able to kill off this base for free. He does finally have +2.
I'm a little bit worried that he doesn't know what Recall does. Because again, a single Recall at any point in this game would have won it. It's just, there's no... It's not like he didn't build Arbiters. GoKu knew this was an Arbiter game. He's like, nah, it's fine. No Recall.
Same thing with Raynor on Silphid, like you said.
Maybe NbA just never Recalls. Maybe this is just a stylistic thing that the South American players know about him.
Well, again, GoKu just doesn't have enough economy now. I feel like when he was occupied on the right side of the map, he definitely could have expanded, taken the middle only, maybe the bottom left main as well. And you know, Protoss's attention is going to be defending. Now we have this huge ground army from NbA. It's just solid Dragoon, but against a Terran that has mostly Goliaths, that's perfectly fine.
And that's how you play against carriers. Once the Protoss reveals carriers and he's focusing defending with the carriers on the mid-right, GoKu should have instantly taken both main and Natcher at the bottom left. Because that's the only way you can play against carriers, is you have to play on the map wherever the carriers aren't is where you're expanding as Terran. Instead, he allowed the carriers to knock out mid-right, then go all the way up, all the way across, all the way down the left-hand side, and knock out the bases there. The carriers are always going to be winning the fight wherever the carriers are. The way you deal with the carriers is you win the fight wherever the carriers aren't. You create multiple important areas on the map.
We're breaking through the natural now. It's just solid Dragoon, but you can see just very few tanks. Army's out of position. Carriers distracting the Terran army.
We're approaching 10k again. I don't know if NbA is going to hit it this time. He got almost up to 10k, then he spent like 4k all at once.
Dragoons against Goliaths and Unsiege tanks. 3-2-2. So those ground upgrades are actually fantastic. And he's also getting the air upgrades. You see the army for GoKu just getting killed. There's stuff in his main. Another mini recall. Just walking right past the natural. Now carries at the only mining base for GoKu.
I'm surprised that his ground upgrades aren't actually better, given that he went super fast triple forge.
Actually, we do have the middle from GoKu, but it just doesn't have anything to do with the carriers now. I mean, this is a game that was never really close after NbA killed the push.
Yeah, crushing the first push was pretty strong. It's so Goku's build was a little unorthodox. He went 5-pack +1, and then his follow-up to 5-pack +1 was mineral only, getting +1 armor, and then a very late starport, which works decently well against me, because when I see the 5-pack +1 no starport, I panic and I think that there's going to be some kind of timing attack. But in this case, NbA just went into bases, went into arbiters, and played it very standard.
Yeah, the only thing that would have been better if he had, like you said, taken bottom left and also started +1 earlier on the air upgrades. Even if you're not going to go carry it, just having it there already done will make your potential carry switch that much more powerful.
Yeah, I mean, it's 100-100. It's the upgrade is basically free. The issue with the upgrade is that it takes time.
I think it's the last-ditch attack here from GoKu. It's not mining. Carrier's still alive. I don't think NbA has made any more.
I just shot him a quick message on Discord to let him know that Recall does exist as a spell.
Not a single recall from him in any of the PBTs. Well, it looks like he did make more carries. Don't really know what Goku's doing hanging around. Looks like he's attempting to take a base. But, I mean, he's been really far behind. It might have not felt like it because he was getting damage done with his army. But that was mostly because NbA was mid carrier switch and also had near 100 probes.
Yeah, it was kind of amusing to see NbA pushing on the left-hand side of the map with his ground army while going carriers on 100 probes. And he had like a single control group. That was his entire army.
There's like 15 Dragoons and some High Templars and just a high ground.
But he does this every game. To him, this is normal. He's like, yeah, maxed out Protoss, that's 2 supply groups. Or 2 control groups, that's what it looks like.
There, finally, the game ends, and NbA takes game number 1. And again, it looked a little bit dicey there when those vultures got into the third and did just wiped out the mineral line. But NbA kept making probes, didn't panic, and eventually found Goku slipping and making a mistake and pounced on it right away.
Yeah, I feel like had Goku gone into like a pretty tight take a third into a 2-1 timing, then he might have done better with the follow-up from that Vulture Fast. Because Vulture Fast did a lot, but then he just he didn't have any like clean timings behind it. 5-pack +1 into +1 armor and a starport, taking a middle only is just not a clean build.
And NbA now 1 game away from getting second out of his group and heading into the winners bracket of the round of 12. Goku, meanwhile, I mean, he definitely did a lot of damage with that vulture run by, but after that, I don't think he had a clear plan.
Okay, so we just have 1 remaining chance for the 100 probes. We've done 92, 93, and 95.
Making good progression here. You just need another long game, something between 18 and 20 minutes. We have enough action, and I think we can potentially get it.
He needs to keep the Terran away from his bases, though. It's, if he keeps the fights in the middle of the map, then he can slowly lose supply, replace it with probes. We can get 100.
Alright. Looks like we're ready for game number 2. It's going to be on Butter, NbA versus GoKu. In the top right swan, we have GoKu in the color red.
In the bottom right, we have NbA in the blue. And I'm immediately watching the mining because it is possible to get a 113 gate on this map, and it's quite easy. But he's not boosting. You got to get the angles. So the fifth mineral down, he's got the angle on that correctly. But the first and the third one, he's not mining correctly.
Yeah, you can see the pro from the top patch not taking a direct path to the nexus.
And patch number 3, you want to be mining to the corner of the nexus. If the probe touches the corner of the nexus, it turns around very quickly. If it goes into the middle of the nexus, it turns around slowly. But, we'll see what timing his gateway is. That 113 is the benchmark, but if we look at the minimap, we have a STV heading out. Something sneaky is happening.
Excellent. But what could this be? It's very risky on a 2-player map to do something like this because you know Protoss can't just scout you right away. Is this just an early scout for a potential proxy? Or is this going to be an...
I think there's going to be a Vax here and a Vax in the main. He's going to... It's going to be like what was that Terran player who, in the race championship, did the same thing to Zergs 3 times in a row?
Maybe?
He
the
made his
barracks.
He did supply first, and then he's done the barracks there, and that barracks there looks like it's a normal timing, but there will be a second barracks he's going to hide, so it looks like it's a Vax expand. There we go. I can see this working because I mean he's going to make it look convincing. This will look like a Vax expand.
This is good for GoKu. He's just got to keep making SCVs, not have a tell. And we
Chat's helping me out. It was Kvyok who did this to all the Zergs. And yeah, he pulled it off because, I mean, it looks like a normal build. I mean, NbA's there with the gas steel. Gas steel, it seems strong because it looks like GoKu is doing a Vax expand. Even trying to attack the assimilator, even though he doesn't want it. This supply block there is not ideal. GoKu's builds, yeah, they just haven't been that well optimized. Any of these games, it's they're not lining up the way they need to.
Yeah, you could have already had 2 Marines at that proxy racks if he wasn't supply blocked. Now, NbA is going to get into the base. Now, can he get...
NbA doing a proxy of his own, though? He had to be suspicious now. I mean, there's no CC, there's no gas, there's just one Vax building Marines. This is kind of obvious at this point that something weird's going on.
The thing is, it's not 3 Marines, not 4. He's actually queuing up even more, which he saw. We have a proxy something and another supply block here from GoKu. This is really going to hurt the potential power of this push.
Yeah, I mean, there's only one thing he needs to do with this push, and it's build Marines, and he's not building Marines. It's... I just don't know about this. I mean, it's the same thing we saw with GoKu against Raynor on Longinus. He went for a early Marine push and didn't build Marines. I don't know if he's practiced any of these builds before this. He might just be freestyling it, but it's just not coming together.
Well, one Dragoon gets cut off. This is trapped now.
Oh no, this is tragic. But pros against Marines, that classic battle. The Dragoon range is almost done. Like 2 Dragoon to Dragoon range will kill infinite Marines.
I mean, the thing is, he can lose as many probes as he wants. He just has to keep the Dragoons alive.
Yeah, there's a Dragoon range. We got it.
Yeah, pulling all the probes, getting a nice surround.
And this is with losing a Dragoon as well. He lost a Dragoon basically for free, and it still didn't matter.
Just gotta be careful with those SCVs, finally targeting them. Yeah, just an easy hold. You gotta hit before range, and
you also have to build Marines. It's no good at queuing up 5 Marines on every barracks if you have no supply depots. It wasn't put together. The build, it didn't. The timings just weren't mapped out.
Another point. Here we go. I mean,
here come the boys.
Just go for it. But
I mean,
your gun range.
Yeah, your options here are to do this or leave. I mean, personally, if I was in this position, I would choose leave. But you know, this is the alternative. Yeah, you don't want to hit after Dragoon range is done. And again, you'd feel like if he'd done this in practice once, he would know the Dragoon range timing and would make sure that he lines up his attack timing with that. But instead, it's just...
This would have also, of course, been good against Nexus first, and any kind of Zealot pressure would have also been countered by this. But straight into Dragoon, and then you don't streamline your build, you miss depots. Not gonna work. You can just see with range how easy this is for Team Protoss.
I'm watching this and I'm thinking back to how at the start of the stream I was talking about how GoKu's been beating me lately and how good he is, and maybe I'm just bad at this game. NbA does make it look easy.
I mean, you gotta remember how easy of a hold this was, losing 1 Dragoon for free, also going for a proxy robo that hasn't done anything.
Well, there are still 3 SCVs in the game, so it's not over till it's over. He has 1/3 of his entire economy just not mining though. That's like 2/3 of it. What is the optimal number of SCVs to have mining?
We even have a shield battery here, and we have 0 SCVs when GoKu leaves. Alright, so that's it. I mean, NbA gets second in this group. Pretty good result for him. Made Dandy sweat in at least one of the games. And then pretty convincingly beat both GoKu and Raynor. GoKu also advanced, but he's going to go straight into the loser bracket, so it's going to be tough for him in the next round.
I feel like if I were NbA, that Longinus game would haunt me. I would look at that and think, wait a second, so I had how many Dragoons outside his base when I did that Bulldog? How did I not win that? But I mean, credit to Dandy. He reacted quickly. His SCV block did a lot of work.
Yeah, that was very quick and good control with the tanks, not hitting his own tanks, and then just repairing the low tanks as quickly as possible, not allowing them to get picked off by those Dragoons at the end. Very close game, and well, that wraps up the group. Dandy, NbA, and GoKu advance, and pretty good. I mean, I'm mostly impressed with NbA and of course Dandy. GoKu did show some good skill in those TVTs. Even the TVTs against Dandy, he did pretty well. His TVPs didn't look as good, but the TVTs he showed some skill.
Yeah, I think this group is basically as expected. Dandy first, NbA second, GoKu third is who I would expect if you just told me these 4 players were in a group together. But yeah, I liked NbA's games. I'm a fan of NbA, and obviously I'm a huge fan of Dandy just because Dandy's really good at the game. I think every fan of StarCraft is a fan of Dandy.
Yep, and
will you be able to, thanks to the sponsors and Patreons, guys?
Yeah. So that'll wrap up the group. But before, if you want to help out BSL, if you want to contribute in any way, you can join the Patreon, and as you can see, we have several different tiers you can support from. And in the $100 tier, we have Star Lover, $50 tier, Anthony Chen, Martin Harsmar, Striker, Zero Sum, $30 tier, Robert Groot, Lizardo, Cuz, Tupac, and $20 tier, Nicholas Schuler, Christian Eddington, LML, Linkpup, Niantic, and even our very own Quark here. And of course, if you're in the $10 and above tier, you get replays. If you want to see, if you want to see how many deepos GoKu missed in that last game, you can get the replay from this last match. And of course, gotta thank the main sponsor, OptiMonk, for supporting BSL for another season. And Quark, do you have anything to add?
Just as before, thank you for having me. It's been a lot of fun, and yeah, I really enjoyed this. Thank you all for watching BSL. Do we have another group tomorrow?
Yeah. Tomorrow is going to be another group. I think it's going to be 3 Terrans and 1 Protoss.
No, it will be 4 Zergs.
Oh, right. Tomorrow's the last group, so it's going to be just Zergs. I think Ultra was planned to play, but he dropped out.
Yes. So he is replaced by Deska.
So he got replaced by Deska. So tomorrow's just pure ZVZ. And, I mean, it's going to be a short group. I can count on that. But hopefully you guys can tune in for that. And again, thanks Quark for helping cast, and it's a pleasure. As always, you have very good insight into these matchups, and also a huge donation from Quark and several other people, you, Mars, Tent. Every day we're getting a little bit closer to that $10,000 goal for BSL 16. And that'll be all. Thanks everyone for watching. Tune in tomorrow, 8 o'clock Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific. We'll see you there.
Hey guys, I hope you like BSL. I really like the cast of Mr. Quirk and Curiosity. Go and follow them. I don't want to talk too much because Karolcia is still sleeping, but I'm waiting. I think within 30 minutes I should have a sun. So I need to go yoga on the sun and then go to sleep. So I will play a few games with you guys. Ooh. A huge host for Mr. Deadfate. Thank you very much, guys. Welcome everyone from Deadfate. I hope you liked BSL. And yeah, we will play a few games now. Hello guys, hello guys, hello. Thanks for watching, thanks for watching. I'm really appreciating everyone who is watching and whoever have time like watching and supporting. We will continue hosting BSL on Provo for sure until the end of May, and we'll see later. So I'm very happy that you like the BSL 15, and yeah, thanks for watching. Okay, I can't speak too much because Karolcia is sleeping, so let's enjoy the game, okay? Hello. It's to have you all here, guys. Oh, Mr. Deadfate. Mr. Deadfate, when are we playing our show match? When are we finishing our show match? Any jokes like Deadfate? I think it's not a good time because my wife is sleeping, and if I will wake her up, she will not want to do the groups for BSL, which is very, very important. Okay, I have a good joke. You know what NbA can do? You know what NbA can't do? 100 floors. I assume it's very early for Mr. Deadfate as well. Good, thanks for amazing casting of BSL in Spanish. I'm appreciating that a lot. You mistake squad.
forces are under attack. Require more minerals. Our forces are under attack. More minerals. Our forces are under attack. Spawn more overlords. Require more minerals. Our forces are under attack. Spawn more overlords. Our forces are under attack. Require more minerals. Spawn more overlords. The hive cluster is under attack. Require more minerals. Our forces are under attack. We require more vaccine gas. We require more vaccine gas. Forces are
GG, thank you guys for watching. Let's see, who do we have here? We have Mr. Manu, gave 2 subscriptions. Oh my god, Mr. Manu, you are too generous to Mr. Get to Erect and Mr. Legolas. Thank you very much guys for those subscriptions. Thank you for Mr. Get Erect for those spells. Mr. Richard, we have many great people. Mr. Tobacco, Mr. Lanacre, Mr. Tostadas. Jan, Carlox, and everyone else. Thank you very much guys for watching. Pretty late, but it's the best time for StarCraft, and the sun is starting to shine. The sun is rising up. The sun is rising up. It's great, right? We're getting closer to 2000. We are getting closer to SR. So who will advance from tomorrow group, guys? Siot. This is a guy from Chile, probably. Mr. Army. I was thinking what would be the good name for my army, and my best idea was Gentleman Army.
Our forces are under attack. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. The hive must require more minerals.
Fuck. What?
The hive cluster is under attack. The hive cluster is under attack. Forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. Our forces are under attack. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. Spawn more overlords. We require more minerals. Our forces are under attack. The hive cluster is under attack. We require more minerals. The hive cluster is under attack.
Hello, hello.
Our forces are under attack. We require more Vespene gas.
Losing to some good players. I think I still don't have a son. Hello, Mr. Pablo. I will play one game. Thank you for those points, guys. And for the support. According to hello, Mr. Renato. So according to my knowledge, the robot will now not only watch on watch hours, but also on the amount of cheers and supports you are getting from the chat, because they were supposed to. They were saying that there were a lot of abuse on Trovo. There were many people who were trying to abuse this system. Oh, thank you, Mr. Calyptus. So there were many people who were, for example, streaming and they were opening, I don't know, 25 browsers of their stream, and this way they were able to get money from Trovo, I think. So overall, if they will eliminate that, I think it will be good for every one of us. Because only the just streamers will survive, right? Who do I think are top 3 players for BSL Europe? Good question. Here I think Bonnie, Ziki, and Dawid. Quark is playing for North America. he's from UK, but he's living in United States. So there was no reason to add him to the European players pool because the times when it's played is bad for him, right? So that's why this is, and I still think that Bonnie, Ziki, and the Wood are really top 3 for now at least. And Bonnie, right? Because Bonnie is super boss.
Require more minerals. Require more minerals. Require more minerals. The hive cluster is under attack. Forces are under attack. The Hive Cluster is under attack. Forces are under attack. This would be it. The sun is up, guys. I will go and do some yoga. I will be back. Tomorrow. We will be back with Group D of BSL. So definitely check that out. If you like what we are doing, you can sign up for the Patreon, because this is the best way of supporting, because this way most amount of
money is going towards me and BSL and not for example for Trovo or for Twitch. So that's the best way. You can also support by donating to the goal. We are still looking for sponsors. BSL, as you can see, here we have goal on over $720, and today we had plenty of donations thanks to Mr. Deadfate, Mr. Meta Yequest, Mr. Quark, also donated Mr. Zakrom, Mr. Quark again, Mr. Kuto Guadalupe, Mr. Mars, huge donation $50, as well as Mr. Zakrom, huge donation $20, Mr. $10 and huge donations from Quark again $60. So huge thanks for all this amazing support, guys. I'm really appreciating that. We are still looking for a sponsor for BSL Season 16. If you have problem with understanding the format of this season of BSL, check out the YouTube of BSL. Today I posted the video there where I'm explaining the whole format of BSL 15 as well as the BSL 2022, and that we are looking for a sponsor. So definitely check that out. If you don't understand something, tomorrow we'll be back with amazing group. So thank you very much, guys, for watching. It was a pleasure. I will be back just like Terminator. So thank you, guys, and let's go and watch Mr. U, and let's go to Mr. U and say Zero Army Presente. Okay. Thank you, guys, for watching, and we are in touch. Bye bye. Hey guys, let's go to Mr. U. Let's go. Thank you for watching, and bye bye.